Copyright 2025 by Deen Shah, all rights reserved. Simple essential ingredients to think and grow rich. Acknowledgement. Thank you to everyone who took part in this journey to make this book possible. To the readers holding this book in their hands, thank you for trusting me with your time, attention, and personal growth. May this guide become more than just a collection of words. May it become a spark that ignites your journey toward greatness. And finally, to every mentor, author, leader, and achiever, known or unknown, who paved the path before us, we stand on your shoulders, and we move forward because of your light. With deep gratitude, Deen Shah. Introduction. Every great journey begins with a single decision, the decision to think differently. This book, Simple Essential Ingredients to Think and Grow Rich, is not just another success manual. It is a blueprint for the dreamers, the doers, and the determined. Inspired by Napoleon Hill's timeless masterpiece Think and Grow Rich, this guide has been reimagined and restructured for modern entrepreneurs and everyday beginners, those who crave clarity, simplicity, and step-by-step actions to build a life of wealth, meaning, and freedom. Inside these pages are 99 powerful, easy-to-understand steps that anyone, yes, anyone, can follow. Whether you're starting your first business, pivoting in life, or just searching for a spark to unlock your potential, this book will become your daily companion for thinking big and achieving even bigger. But let's be clear, this book isn't about get-rich-quick schemes or motivational fluff. It's about the principles that shape achievers. Principles taught in the trenches of adversity and proven by the world's most successful people. It's about creating wealth, not just in your bank account, but in your mindset, habits, relationships, and mission. Each chapter will serve as a building block, an essential ingredient, to transform your inner world so your outer world begins to reflect your purpose and power. You will learn how to train your thoughts to attract success, break free from fear and procrastination, develop self-discipline, clarity, and focus, use faith, persistence, and action as your daily fuel, and create habits that align with long-term abundance. This book is your Genius Achiever's Playbook, crafted to inspire you, sharpen your thinking, and ignite that inner fire that says I was meant for more. So if you're ready to grow in mind, wealth, and spirit, then let us begin. Because success doesn't start with luck. It starts with a thought. And today that thought is, I can, I will, I must. Let's grow rich together. When you lead with integrity and pursue a cause bigger than yourself, success becomes something far greater than money. It becomes a legacy. Deen Shah. Chapter 1. Think rich to grow rich. Every result in your life begins with a thought. Before you build wealth, you must build belief. Before you make millions, you must see it in your mind. And before the world can give you what you want, you must first believe you're worthy of it. That's the true meaning behind Think Rich to Grow Rich. This isn't about wishful thinking or daydreaming. It's about training your mind to operate on a frequency of abundance, possibility, and purpose. When you think rich, consistently, deliberately, and intentionally, you begin to reshape your thoughts, your habits, your actions, and eventually, your reality. Wealth begins in the mind. Look around at the world's most successful people, entrepreneurs, leaders, creators, and changemakers. What do they all have in common? They think differently. They don't allow fear, scarcity, or self-doubt to lead their lives. Instead, they've trained their minds to expect growth, to attract solutions, and to persist until success happens. To think rich means you believe opportunities are everywhere, even when others see obstacles. You expect growth, even when you don't see immediate results. You view failure as feedback, not as defeat. You know that wealth is more than money. It's mindset, freedom, and impact. Scarcity thinking holds you back. Most people live with what's called scarcity thinking, the belief that there's not enough to go around. Not enough money, not enough time, not enough chances. So they settle, hesitate, and fear what they don't yet have. But here's the truth. The world doesn't reward hesitation. It rewards clarity, action, and belief. Scarcity says, I can't. Rich thinking says, how can I? That one shift changes everything. Think rich daily, the habit that changes your life. Thinking rich isn't a one-time decision. It's a daily habit. Just like brushing your teeth or exercising your body, your mindset needs repetition and direction. You must feed your thoughts with ideas that build you, not break you. Speak your goals out loud. Read books that challenge you. Surround yourself with people who lift your standards. Watch your words because they're shaping your reality. Every time you say, I can, you take one step closer to who you're meant to become. The Genius Achiever's Formula. As part of the Genius Achiever's mindset, your thinking becomes your foundation. It's not about being born into success. It's about growing into it with intention. The genius is not the one who knows everything. It's the one who dares to think differently and take consistent steps forward. So, what's your job now? To think rich before you grow rich. To believe in the unseen. To hold the vision and take aligned action. Because wealth is a mindset before it becomes a bank balance. Before you can build your future, you must first define it. Success doesn't begin with a job title, a business plan, or a bank account. It begins with a decision. A decision to no longer drift through life. A decision to stop reacting and start leading. A decision to choose who you want to become. This chapter isn't about what you want to achieve. It's about who you need to become to achieve it. Success starts with identity. Most people set goals based on what they want to have. More money, better health, more freedom. But real transformation begins when you ask a deeper question. Who do I need to become to live the life I want? This shift from what to who is the secret of every high achiever. Want to build a business? First, become someone who takes risks. Want to get fit? Become someone who never misses a workout. Want to build wealth? Become someone who respects money and thinks long-term. The results you want are waiting on the version of you who can create them. Clarity brings power. If you don't know who you want to be, the world will decide for you. You'll follow trends, chase validation, and live by someone else's script. But when you decide who you want to be, with clarity and conviction, you stop drifting and start designing. Don't wait for permission. Create your own definition of success. Maybe it's becoming a confident speaker, a fearless entrepreneur, a disciplined learner, or a generous leader. Whatever it is, own it. Write it down. Visualize it. Say it out loud every day until your actions match your identity. The Genius Achiever's Way. On the Genius Achiever's path, success isn't accidental. It's intentional. We don't stumble into greatness. We choose it. We choose who we want to be long before the world sees the results. We decide with courage, and then we act with consistency. Your journey begins when you stop asking, what should I do? And start asking, who do I need to become to do it well? That one shift will reshape your confidence, your choices, and your future. Begin today. Today, take 5 minutes and ask yourself, who do I want to become in the next 12 months? Be honest. Be bold. Be clear. Then make decisions as if you already are that person. Once you decide, you start to. If your vision is blurry, your results will be too. One of the most overlooked ingredients to success is clarity. Knowing exactly what you want, why you want it, and how you're going to move toward it. Without clarity, we waste time, chase distractions, and confuse activity with progress. But when you have clear intentions, your decisions sharpen, your actions gain purpose, and your results accelerate. That's why clarity isn't just useful, it's powerful. The mind follows a clear target. Imagine trying to hit a target you can't see. That's how most people live. They say they want success, but they can't define it. They say they want change, but they don't know what to change. They say they want more, but more of what? Clarity removes the fog. It sets the destination. It tells your brain, your habits, and your energy exactly where to go. What do you really want? Not what others expect. Not what looks good on Instagram. What you truly want. Clarity starts by asking yourself the tough questions. What does success mean to me personally? What kind of life do I want to wake up to? What kind of impact do I want to make? What kind of person do I refuse to be anymore? If you don't know the answers yet, that's okay. But you must start asking. Because clarity doesn't appear by accident. It appears through reflection, honesty, and vision. Clarity creates momentum. Once you're clear, your time becomes focused. Your habits align. Your distractions disappear. That's when momentum kicks in. You stop trying to do everything and start doing the right things. You know what to say yes to. More importantly, you know what to say no to. Clarity creates simplicity, and simplicity drives execution. Genius achievers use clarity to lead. In the genius achiever's mindset, clarity is the North Star. Every successful person you admire has something in common. They know exactly what they're chasing. They're not random. They're not reactive. They are clear. And because they are clear, they are confident. Confidence isn't magic. It's just clarity in motion. Clarity exercise. Take 10 quiet minutes today and write the answer to this simple but powerful question. If I could design my ideal life, what would it look like? Describe it clearly. Your income, lifestyle, daily routine, health, relationships, and impact. Don't filter it. Don't hold back. Clarity grows when you dare to be honest. Every great life is built on great character, and great character is built on the habits and attitudes you carry every single day. In this chapter, we break down what I call the essential A's, a simple yet powerful set of traits that form the foundation of every successful genius achiever. These aren't talents you're born with. These are traits you choose to develop. If you're just beginning your journey, these are your starting blocks. If you're already on the path, these are your sharpening tools. Let's get into them. Attitude. Your attitude shapes your altitude. It determines how you respond to challenges, how you treat others, and how you talk to yourself. With a strong, positive attitude, even your worst day can become a turning point. Every success story starts with someone who refused to quit because of attitude. Ambition. Ambition gives your dreams fuel. It's the voice that says, "There's more inside me," even when others settle. Ambition doesn't care where you started. It only cares how hard you're willing to climb. Ambition is what turns an ordinary life into an extraordinary legacy. Awareness. Self-awareness is the GPS of success. You must know your strengths, your blind spots, your triggers, and your potential. The more you know yourself, the more control you have over your growth. People without awareness repeat mistakes. People with awareness learn from them. Action. Nothing replaces action. Not inspiration, not planning, not even talent. Action is how you test ideas, gather experience, and move the needle. The most successful people are not the smartest, they're the most consistent. You don't have to be perfect, but you do have to move. Accountability. Blame is easy. Ownership is rare. Accountability is what separates dreamers from doers. When you take full responsibility for your life, your choices, your time, your results, you gain power no one can take from you. If it's going to change, it starts with you. Adaptability. Change is constant. The world won't wait for you to catch up. If you want to grow, you must be flexible without losing focus. Adaptable people pivot, innovate, and find a way, even when the original plan fails. Adaptability is the secret weapon of every lasting success. Alignment. When your values, vision, and actions are aligned, everything flows. You don't burn out, you build up. You don't chase results, you attract them. Alignment gives your hustle meaning and your life direction. This is how you build not just success, but significance. Genius achievers live the A's. On the genius achiever's journey, we don't look for shortcuts, we build strong roots. And these A's, they are your root system. You can't build an empire on a shaky foundation. Start here. Strengthen these A's. And you'll find yourself walking taller, thinking clearer, and achieving faster than ever before. If you wait until you're ready, you'll wait forever. Most people never take action, not because they lack talent, but because they believe they need more time, more knowledge, or more confidence. But here's the truth. Success doesn't come to those who wait. It comes to those who move. The greatest entrepreneurs, leaders, and creators didn't start with perfect plans or complete confidence. They started scared. They started unsure. They started with what they had and figured the rest out along the way. If you want to grow rich in any area of life, you must embrace this powerful principle. Start before you're ready. Progress is built through imperfection. Waiting for the perfect moment is one of the most dangerous forms of procrastination. There will always be more to learn, a better time, a little more money, or an extra course to take. But none of those things replace the power of action. The beginner who starts will always outgrow the expert who waits. Your first step might be messy, it might be uncertain, but it will be real. And real progress only comes from doing, failing, learning, adjusting, and repeating. You don't need permission. Too many people wait for someone to give them the green light. Family, friends, society. But genius achievers don't wait for permission. They give themselves permission to begin. You don't need a degree to start a business. You don't need a perfect body to begin training. You don't need a big following to share your voice. You need courage and the willingness to grow through experience. Remember this, readiness is not a requirement. Willingness is. The genius achiever's mindset. Every genius achiever started before they felt ready. Steve Jobs, Oprah Winfrey, Elon Musk, Richard Branson. They just had a vision, and they began. That's what makes the difference. They trusted that clarity would come from commitment, and confidence would come from doing. So, stop doubting. Stop overthinking. Stop delaying your destiny. Take the first step today. What have you been putting off? What dream have you placed on a shelf, waiting for the right time? Start with what you know. Start where you are. Start small if you must. But start now. You don't need to know everything. You only need to know this: you're capable, and it's time. This may sound like a contradiction, but it's one of the deepest truths you'll ever learn. Discipline gives you real freedom. At first glance, freedom seems like the ability to do whatever you want, whenever you want. But that kind of freedom leads to chaos, regret, and limitation. True freedom, the kind that leads to wealth, purpose, health, and peace, only comes when you live with discipline. Discipline is not restriction. It's the foundation of personal power. It's how you take control of your future, one decision at a time. Freedom without discipline is a trap. Think about it. The person who eats whatever they want becomes a prisoner to poor health. The person who spends whatever they feel like becomes a slave to debt. The person who skips workouts, delays work, and avoids structure loses time, energy, and results. On the surface, that may seem like freedom, but it's not. It's a slow path to limitation. The person who disciplines their diet has energy, confidence, and vitality. The person who disciplines their spending builds wealth and independence. The person who disciplines their time earns results, respect, and peace of mind. Discipline builds the life you want. Self-control is self-respect. When you practice discipline, you're sending a message to yourself. I value my future more than my impulses, and that message shapes your habits, your confidence, and your results. Discipline is how you prove to yourself that your goals matter, that your health matters, that your dream matters. Because without discipline, all dreams stay locked inside your mind. Build small disciplines that compound. You don't have to master everything overnight. You simply need to start somewhere and stay consistent. Wake up 30 minutes earlier. Skip the junk food one day at a time. Save 10% of your income. Finish what you start. Train when you don't feel like it. Say no when distractions come calling. Small acts of discipline become habits. Habits become systems. And systems build unstoppable momentum. The Genius Achievers approach. At Genius Achievers, we understand that discipline is the engine behind greatness. It's not talent, it's not luck, it's not motivation. It's the ability to do what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. Because those who live by discipline live by design, and those who avoid it live by default. Freedom to grow, freedom to choose, freedom to create. Chapter 7. Control your inner voice. You hear it every day. It speaks louder than the noise around you. It shapes how you see yourself, what you believe you can do, and how far you'll go in life. It's your inner voice, and if you don't learn to control it, it will control you. Your inner voice is your inner world. Every action you take starts as a thought, and behind every thought is the voice in your head, guiding you, judging you, cheering you on, or tearing you down. Most people never stop to listen to that voice, and even fewer know how to manage it. But here's the truth. You become what you tell yourself every single day. If you say, "I'm not good enough," you'll hesitate, shrink, and quit early. If you say, "I always mess things up," you'll sabotage your progress and play small. But if you say, "I'm getting better every day," you'll push through fear, take bold action, and build momentum. You don't have to believe every thought. Here's the most liberating thing you'll learn on this journey. Not every thought you think is true. Some are inherited. Some are based on fear, not fact. Some were planted by others who didn't believe in themselves. You have the power to question, replace, and rewrite those thoughts. You have the power to speak differently to yourself, and therefore live differently. Upgrade your self-talk. Every time you catch yourself saying something negative, pause and reframe it. From "I can't do this" to "I'm learning how to do this." From "I'm not ready" to "I grow stronger with every step." From "I'm afraid of failing" to "I grow through everything I face." Speak to yourself like someone you love, not someone you're trying to destroy. Train your voice like a genius achiever. At Genius Achievers, we treat our inner voice like a muscle. We train it daily. We use affirmations, clear, empowering statements said aloud. Visualization, seeing yourself succeed before it happens. Reflection, journaling thoughts to recognize patterns. Focus, redirecting the voice when it wanders off course. You are not weak for having doubts, but you are powerful when you choose to rise above them. The voice becomes the reality. Your inner voice becomes your inner world, and your inner world eventually becomes your outer reality. Speak with belief. Your voice is the first blueprint of your future. Chapter 8. Kill fear with faith. Fear is real, but so is faith, and only one of them deserves to control your future. Every person who has ever done something great has faced fear. But what separates the achievers from the quitters is not the absence of fear. It's the presence of faith. Faith is how you move when fear says stay. It's how you build when fear says wait. It's how you rise when fear says fall. And if you want to think and grow rich in your mind, your money, your life, then you must learn how to kill fear with faith. Fear, the master of delay, wants you to stay small. It shows up in many forms. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of not being enough, fear of losing time, money, or approval. And here's what fear always whispers. What if it goes wrong? What if you're not ready? What if you're not good enough? But here's what fear never says. What if it works? What if you grow? What if you become everything you were meant to be? That's what faith says. Faith is fuel for action. Faith is not just belief, it's movement. It's confidence in something greater than your circumstances. It's trusting the process when the results aren't instant. Faith says, "I don't need to have all the answers to take the first step. I am being guided, even when I can't see the full path. I believe in the power of persistence, purpose, and growth." Faith doesn't eliminate fear, but it overrides it. Grow faith like a genius achiever. At Genius Achievers, we don't wait for fear to disappear. We move through it. Daily declarations of courage, remembering past wins to fuel future ones, anchoring our vision so deeply that fear can't shake it, trusting in purpose, not perfection. Faith makes you bold, not because you're invincible, but because you're unstoppable when you believe in what you're building. You have a choice every day. The other says, "What if I fly?" The voice you listen to determines the life you create. So today, choose faith, choose belief. Choose to bet on yourself, your purpose, and your potential. Before anything becomes real, it is first imagined. The world's highest achievers, Athletes, CEOs, performers, inventors all share one simple habit. They visualize their success before it happens. They see the victory in their mind long before the world sees it in reality. Why? Because your mind doesn't just respond to the present, it responds to what it's trained to expect. And when you train it to expect victory, you begin to think, act, and decide like someone who wins. Your mind is a magnet. The thoughts you repeat become beliefs. The images you hold become actions. The expectations you set become experiences. Visualization is not fantasy. It's a strategy. It gives your subconscious a target. It tells your brain, this is where I'm going. See it, feel it, become it. Here's the key. You must not only see the vision, you must feel it. Close your eyes and picture your dream life in detail. What does your ideal morning look like? What car are you driving? What conversations are you having? What do your bank statements say? What does peace feel like inside your mind? The clearer the image, the stronger the belief. The stronger the belief, the faster the transformation. Visualization is a daily discipline. This is not a one-time mental exercise. It's a daily ritual of mental rehearsal. Spend 3 to 5 minutes every morning and evening visualizing your success. See yourself achieving your biggest goal. Hear the applause. Feel the moment. Smile like it's already happened. Do this daily, and your mind will start building bridges to that reality through actions, opportunities, and bold choices. Genius achievers practice vision before action. At Genius Achievers, we train ourselves to see the result before we build it. We don't leave success to chance. We create it first in the mind, then in the world. Visualization is how you condition your identity, raise your expectations, and show up with certainty, even when results aren't visible yet. Your mind is your canvas. You can draw struggle, or you can draw strength. You can paint limitation, or you can paint abundance. It's your brush. It's your vision. It's your future. Start painting what you want, not what you fear. Chapter 10. Write down what you want. A dream in your mind is powerful. A dream written on paper is unstoppable. Writing down what you want isn't just about setting goals. It's about giving your vision structure, clarity, and direction. It's about transforming a thought into a commitment. When you write it down, it becomes real. When you write it down, it gains weight. When you write it down, your brain goes to work, finding ways to bring it to life. This is one of the simplest steps to success, and yet most people skip it. Not you. You're a genius achiever. The science behind writing it down. Studies show that people who write down their goals are up to 42% more likely to achieve them. Why? Because writing forces focus. It activates the part of the brain responsible for logic and decision-making. Writing is an act of alignment. It connects your mind to your mission. It transforms desire into direction. Don't just think it, ink it. Every day, write down your goals, not just once a year, but daily. Why? Because repetition rewires your brain. Your goals must be clear. I want to earn more is vague. I want to earn 10,000 pounds. Month doing what I love is clear. Present tense, write your goals as if they've already happened. I'm healthy, wealthy, and energized. Emotionally charged. Don't just write the result. Write how it feels. I feel proud, strong, and fulfilled running my dream business. The more specific and emotional your writing is, the faster your brain accepts it as truth and starts working to create it. The Genius Achiever's habit. At Genius Achievers, we use a daily tool called the Victory Script, a simple journal, where we write our top 3 goals as if they're already achieved. We do this every morning, before emails, texts, or distractions, because when you remind your mind of what matters, your decisions align with your vision. We don't hope to succeed. We write the story, then go live it. Make your words your blueprint. Your pen is your power tool. Use it to carve your future. Use it to reinforce who you are becoming. Use it to hold yourself accountable. Don't keep your dreams in your head where doubt can bury them. Bring them to life one word at a time. You don't become successful by waiting to feel like a winner. You become successful by feeling like a winner long before the world sees it. This chapter is about emotional alignment, the powerful truth that how you feel influences how you act, and how you act shapes the life you create. When you learn to feel success in your body, your energy, and your emotions before it arrives physically, you begin to match the mindset of the person you're becoming. And once you match the mindset, the world starts to reflect it back. Success has a frequency. Think of your feelings like a frequency. If you constantly feel anxious, defeated, or doubtful, you operate on a low frequency, and you attract experiences that match it. But when you elevate your state, when you feel gratitude, joy, confidence, belief, you begin to operate on the same frequency as success. You start making better decisions. You carry yourself differently. You attract people, ideas, and results that match that emotional state. This isn't fantasy. It's how human behavior works. Feel it first, then live it. Want to become a confident speaker? Close your eyes and feel what it's like to own the stage. Want to become financially free? Feel the calm, the power, the freedom now, before the money arrives. Want to become a fit, energized version of yourself? Feel the strength, the discipline, the pride today, not someday. This practice trains your nervous system to believe that your goal is normal, not far away. And when your body believes it's normal, you stop resisting it. You start becoming it. Emotions drive identity. Here's the core truth. We don't become what we want. We become what we emotionally accept. If deep down you feel unworthy, you'll sabotage success. If you feel uncertain, you'll delay action. But when you feel powerful, capable, and ready, you'll move with conviction. So start shifting the way you feel through your thoughts, your environment, your posture, your music, your breath, your words. You're not just changing your mind, you're transforming your state. Genius achievers don't wait to celebrate. At Genius Achievers, we don't wait for the win. We celebrate the becoming. We use gratitude journaling to feel abundance now, visualization and music to anchor high-energy emotions, mirror talk to lock in identity through language, physical movement to generate powerful states on command. We live the emotion now so that the action becomes automatic. You are already becoming, the truth is, you're already on your way. You are not waiting. You are not lacking. You are becoming. Feel the victory today. Walk like it's done. Speak like it's yours. Think like the outcome is certain. Because when you feel it, you align with it. And when you align with it, the world moves out of your way. Excuses are the stories we tell ourselves when we choose comfort over growth. They sound reasonable, but they're the chains that quietly hold us back from the life we deserve. Every time you say, "I don't have time," or "I'm not ready," or "maybe later," you hand your power to your limitations instead of your vision. To grow rich in mind, in life, in wealth, you must make a bold decision. Say no to excuses and yes to ownership. Excuses feel safe, but they cost you everything. Excuses protect your ego, but they destroy your potential. They delay progress. They rob momentum. They keep you busy but unproductive. And the worst part? They feel true. But here's the truth. Time is not the problem. Priorities are. When you stop making excuses, you start finding solutions. Blame nothing. Own everything. You don't control your upbringing. You don't control the economy. You don't control how others behave. But you do control your habits. You do control your decisions. You do control how you respond, and that response shapes your results. The moment you take full responsibility for your success is the moment you stop being a victim and start becoming a genius achiever. Replace excuses with empowering beliefs. Let's turn some of the most common excuses on their heads. I don't know how. I'm learning and growing with every step. It's too late to start. Now is the best time. I move forward today. I don't have the resources. I will get resourceful and find a way. Excuses are simply untrained beliefs. You can rewrite them at any time. Genius achievers take radical responsibility at Genius Achievers. We live by a simple creed. If it's meant to be, it's up to me. We don't negotiate with excuses. We replace them with discipline, clarity, and action, because that's what success demands and rewards. We hold ourselves accountable, not because it's easy, but because it's the only way to become who we're meant to be. Say no loudly. Every time you say no to an excuse, you say yes to your future. Say no to blame. Say no to waiting. Say no to your old stories that say you can't. And say yes to growth, yes to action, yes to being the kind of person who gets it done. You can't have growth and comfort at the same time. Every successful person you admire, every leader, every entrepreneur, every genius achiever had to make the same decision at some point. Do I want to stay comfortable, or do I want to grow? Comfort is safe. Comfort is predictable. But comfort never changes your life. Growth, on the other hand, is uncomfortable by nature. It stretches you, challenges you, forces you to confront your limits and rise above them. But here's the reward. Everything you want is waiting on the other side of growth. Comfort is the enemy of progress. The more comfortable you get, the more stagnant you become. Comfort convinces you to avoid taking risks, stay quiet instead of speaking up, wait for the right time, do what's easy instead of what's necessary. But growth forces you to try, fail, and try again. Learn what you didn't know. Be seen, be stretched, and be changed. And that's where success begins. Growth is a muscle. Stretch it daily. If you want to grow, start making small daily decisions that stretch you. Wake up earlier. Speak when you're nervous. Ask for the opportunity. Lift heavier. Start the project. Have the hard conversation. It doesn't have to be dramatic. It just has to be consistent. Growth builds slowly, but it compounds quickly. Genius achievers seek discomfort. At Genius Achievers, we don't chase ease, we chase elevation. We use discomfort as a signal. When something feels hard, awkward, or uncertain, we lean into it, not away from it. Because we know growth lives in the gym. Growth lives in the rejection. Growth lives in the learning curve. Growth lives in doing what others won't. We don't grow by repeating what we already know. We grow by doing what we've never done before. Trade comfort for greatness. You weren't born to coast. You weren't born to stay small. You were born to expand, to lead, to build a life that inspires others. But to become that person, you must trade temporary comfort for long-term greatness. You will be uncomfortable. You will want to quit. You will doubt yourself. And you will rise anyway. Chapter 14. Focus on progress, not perfection. Perfection is a myth. Progress is the mission. One of the biggest reasons people never reach their goals is because they believe they must be perfect to start, or perfect to succeed. But perfection is a moving target that no one ever truly hits. It delays action, it creates anxiety, and it feeds self-doubt. Progress is powerful. Progress builds momentum. Progress compounds. And progress, no matter how small, always moves you forward. Perfection is the enemy of growth. Perfection says, it's not good enough yet. Wait. Progress says, it's better than yesterday. Go. Perfection demands flawless execution. Progress celebrates consistent improvement. Progress empowers. The truth is, you'll never feel fully ready. You'll never launch the perfect product, write the perfect email, say the perfect words, or follow the perfect plan. But if you move forward, learn, and adjust, you win. Every time. The power of 1% better. You don't need to make a giant leap every day. You just need to get 1% better in your thinking, your discipline, your habits, your effort. That 1% compounds. Over time, it transforms who you are. Want to get in shape? Show up daily. Want to build wealth? Save and invest consistently. Want to master your mindset? Train it every morning. Forget perfect. Choose consistent progress. Genius achievers are built, not born. At Genius Achievers, we focus on mastery, not mistake-free living. We believe action in action, learning, judging, evolving, impressing. We embrace feedback. We grow from failure. We get better by doing, not by obsessing over being flawless. The most successful people are not perfect. They're relentless in their pursuit of progress. Progress builds confidence. Every time you take imperfect action, your confidence grows. You begin to see that mistakes don't define you, they develop you. You realize that falling short doesn't mean failure. It means you're in the process. And once you begin to trust progress, you no longer fear setbacks. You simply see them as steps forward. If you want a bigger life, you must first build bigger belief. Your actions will never rise above the level of your belief. If you believe you're average, you'll act accordingly. If you believe you're not ready, you'll hesitate. But if you believe you're capable, worthy, and prepared for more, your life begins to reflect that boldness. You can't think small and live large. You can't doubt daily and act boldly. You must believe bigger, so you can act bolder. What you believe, you build. Your belief system is your internal compass. It guides your habits, decisions, risks, and vision. If your belief is limited, your future becomes limited. But if your belief expands, so does your potential. High-level performers are not fearless. They simply believe their purpose is greater than their fear. That belief gives them courage, it gives them strength, and it gives them clarity to take bold steps forward, even when it's scary. Raise the bar on what you expect from yourself. Start believing. You can earn more than you currently do. You can lead, even if you've never done it before. You can start over and still win. You can create something that outlasts you. You can go from surviving to thriving if you refuse to shrink. When you raise your belief, you raise your standards. And when your standards go up, your life follows. Act like it's already yours. Bold action isn't reckless. It's rooted in faith. It's the decision to take a step, even when the full staircase isn't visible. Want to become a speaker? Start talking, even if it's to one person. Want to start a business? Make the first offer, even if it's not perfect. Want to lead? Lead yourself boldly, and others will follow. Small, bold actions compound. They attract opportunities. They build confidence. They unlock momentum. Chapter 16, Win the Morning, Win the Day. How you start your day determines how you live your life. The most successful people in the world don't leave their mornings to chance. They use their mornings to take control of their mind, their energy, and their direction. Why? Because when you win the morning, you win the day. You don't need a complicated ritual. You just need consistency, intention, and ownership. Before the world has a chance to distract you, doubt you, or delay you, you need to decide, this day belongs to me. The first hour creates the tone. Think about it. If you start the day scrolling, snoozing, or rushing, you begin your day reactive, not proactive. Your mind is already in a fog. Your time is already hijacked. But when you start with clarity, movement, and purpose, you begin from a place of strength. You're not behind, you're ahead. You're not reacting, you're leading. This is how high performers, visionary entrepreneurs, and genius achievers stay consistent in a world of chaos. Create a morning routine that anchors you. You don't need 2 hours of meditation, a green smoothie, and a sunrise yoga session. You just need a simple, repeatable routine that aligns you with your highest self. Here's a powerful structure you can start tomorrow. Silence. Start with 5 minutes of gratitude, prayer, or stillness. Clarity. Review your goals or write your top 3 intentions for the day. Movement. Do 5 to 15 minutes of stretching, walking, or exercise. Fuel. Hydrate and feed your body something clean. Input. Read or listen to something motivational, educational, or spiritual. The goal isn't perfection, it's alignment. Genius achievers own their mornings. At Genius Achievers, we don't check notifications first. We check in with ourselves. We don't let the world decide our mood. We create our momentum. We don't find time for our goals. We make time at the start of every day. Even if it's just 15 minutes, those moments are sacred. They're the launch pad for everything you will face, create, and overcome. Control the first hour, control the rest. You can't control every challenge that comes your way, but you can control how you start. And when you take the first hour seriously, the rest of the day starts to obey your energy, your discipline, and your mindset. Win the morning, and the world moves at your pace. Chapter 17. Build a 5 a.m. routine. There's a reason so many successful entrepreneurs, athletes, and leaders start their day early. The 5 a.m. hour is sacred, it's powerful, and it belongs only to you. While the world sleeps, the genius achiever rises. Not because it's trendy, but because early mornings provide uninterrupted time for deep focus, clarity, and intentional growth. If you want to get ahead, you must own your mornings. And the 5 a.m. routine is how you begin. Why 5 a.m. works? At 5 a.m., there are no distractions, no calls, no emails, no noise. Just you and your goals, you and your vision, you and the mindset you're building. This early window gives you the chance to start your day on your terms, not the world's. You're not chasing the clock, you're leading the day. What happens when you wake up early? You gain a mental edge because your mind is fresh, clear, and focused. A spiritual edge because you create space for gratitude, stillness, and intention. A physical edge because you can move, train, and energize your body. A strategic edge because you plan, prioritize, and lead your day before the rest of the world wakes up. Waking up at 5 a.m. gives you hours of uninterrupted power. Over weeks and months, that compounds into success most people only dream about. Build a routine that serves you. Your 5 a.m. doesn't have to look like anyone else's. Start with just 1 hour of focused living before your day begins. Here's a sample Genius Achiever's 5 a.m. routine. 5 a.m., wake up, no snooze. Drink water. 5:10 a.m., silence or prayer. Gratitude journaling. 5:30 a.m., light exercise or stretching. 5:45 a.m., read 10 pages of a growth-focused book. 6 a.m., review goals. Set 3 intentions. Begin your work or creative flow. Even 30 minutes at this hour will shift your entire day. Don't aim for perfect. Aim for presence and power. Genius Achievers don't compete. They create time at Genius Achievers. We don't complain about not having time. We create it. Rise earlier so we can live better. We win the morning, and then we win in our business, body, and mindset. We don't wake up at 5 a.m. to impress anyone. We do it to lead ourselves before we lead the world. Start small, stay consistent. If 5 a.m. feels too early right now, start by waking up just 15 minutes earlier. Then build up. Make the process work for you. This isn't about being perfect, it's about being intentional. Movement isn't just for the body. It's fuel for the mind, the mood, and the mission. If you want to think better, feel sharper, and lead with clarity, move your body daily. The most successful people understand this. Your energy is your foundation. If you don't take care of your body, your focus weakens, your confidence drops, and your drive slowly fades. You were not designed to sit still, scroll endlessly, or run on caffeine and stress. You were made to move, and when you do, everything improves. Movement builds mental strength. Exercise isn't just about fitness, it's about focus. A simple 20-minute walk can clear brain fog, boost creativity, release stress, improve mood, unlock motivation. The movement doesn't have to be intense. It just has to be consistent. Because when your body flows, your mind follows. Move to lead, not just to look good. It's easy to think physical activity is just about looking fit. But Genius Achievers know better. We don't move for vanity. We move for vitality. We move to sharpen our decision-making. We move to build mental discipline. We move to show up with strength, focus, and resilience. We move because momentum in the body creates momentum in life. This is how we lead, not just from the neck up, but from the inside out. Build movement into your daily flow. Here are simple, non-negotiable ways to keep your body and mind aligned. Morning walks to set your rhythm. Stretch breaks to break up long sitting sessions. Strength training to build discipline and grit. Breath work or yoga to center the nervous system. Dance, hike, cycle, swim, anything that gets you moving and breathing. The goal is simple: move daily. Don't wait for motivation. Move to create it. Genius achievers protect their energy. At Genius Achievers, energy is everything. Without energy, your strategy doesn't matter. Without clarity, your potential stays buried. And without movement, your mindset gets stuck. We move to unlock our power, mentally, emotionally, and physically. And we do it daily. Not when it's convenient, not when we feel like it, but because it's the foundation of everything else. Move with purpose, live with clarity. Motion creates emotion, and emotion shapes your results. What you feed your body shapes how you fuel your mind. Most people chase mental clarity, emotional balance, and focus, but ignore one of the most direct pathways to all three: nutrition. You can't expect a high-performance life if you're running on low-quality fuel. Junk food doesn't just slow your body, it clouds your thinking. Sugar spikes don't just crash your energy, they crash your motivation. Inflammation doesn't just impact your health, it impacts your hustle. To grow rich in mind and life, you must treat your body like a business, and food like your daily investment in focus, strength, and long-term results. You think like you eat. There's a reason top athletes, CEOs, and world-class performers pay close attention to what they eat. They know that mental clarity, emotional control, and decision-making all begin with clean fuel. When you eat well, you think faster, sleep deeper, focus longer, respond better, lead stronger. On the other hand, when you eat poorly, you feel sluggish, reactive, foggy, and your goals feel harder than they really are. Eat to win, not just to feel full. Most people eat out of habit or emotion. Genius achievers eat with intention. We don't just eat for taste, we eat for fuel, focus, and performance. Here's how you shift from autopilot eating to high-performance nutrition. Hydrate first. Your brain is 75% water. Most fatigue is dehydration. Prioritize protein and fiber. They stabilize blood sugar and fuel clean energy. Avoid excess sugar and fried food. These drain energy and fog thinking. Keep it simple and clean. Whole foods, real ingredients, fewer chemicals. Fuel your body the way you'd fuel a high-performance engine, because you are one. Genius achievers eat like leaders. At Genius Achievers, we don't follow fads. We follow function. We ask, what foods help me think clearer, move better, and lead longer? We build routines around morning hydration, clean breakfasts that fuel, not crash, high-performance snacks, nuts, fruit, smoothies, mindful meals that energize instead of sedate. Because the more aligned your nutrition is, the more aligned your execution becomes. Your health is your hidden weapon. The world doesn't see what you eat, but it feels it through your posture, your energy, your tone, your sharpness. Food is not just fuel. It's focus. It's discipline. It's self-respect in action. Every meal is a choice. Success doesn't begin in the boardroom. It doesn't begin with a breakthrough or big moment. It begins with a simple act of self-leadership. Make your bed. This might sound small, insignificant, but it's one of the most powerful habits you can build. Why? Because how you do anything is how you do everything. And when you start your day with intention, order, and pride, you set the tone for everything else to follow. Small wins create big momentum. Making your bed is a declaration. I take ownership of this day. I control what I can. I begin with excellence, no matter how small the task. When you complete a task first thing in the morning, your brain gets a dopamine hit, a small dose of satisfaction and reward. That little win gives you momentum to tackle the next one, and the next. Momentum doesn't require a grand gesture. It starts with a clean corner of your life, and that corner is your bed. Start with order, end with progress. Disorder around you creates noise inside you. When you leave your bed messy, your mind absorbs the message. Things are chaotic. I'm too busy to handle the basics. I'll deal with that later. But when you start your day with order and control, your mind says, I'm in charge. I'm showing up like a leader. I respect the small things, so I'll be trusted with the big ones. Genius achievers respect the small things. At Genius Achievers, we don't ignore the basics. We master them. We believe. Small wins build big confidence. Discipline in the little things creates trust in the big things. Every action, no matter how simple, trains your identity. Making your bed may take 45 seconds, but the effect on your focus, attitude, and self-image can last all day. Because if you can win the first moment of the morning, you can win any moment after that. It's more than a task. It's a message. It tells the world, I am not sloppy. I am not rushed. I am intentional. It tells yourself, I do what I say. I respect my space. I finish what I start. Even if everything else feels chaotic, that one simple act gives you a feeling of control. And control creates clarity, confidence, and momentum. Chapter 21. Read 10 pages a day. Want to think bigger? Want to grow richer? Mentally, emotionally, financially? Then build the habit that has transformed millions of lives. Read 10 pages a day. It sounds simple, almost too simple. But don't underestimate its power, because what you feed your mind daily becomes what you believe, how you act, and ultimately, who you become. Books are not just information. They are mentors in print, tools for growth, and silent success partners guiding you every step of the way. Books build billionaires. From Warren Buffett to Elon Musk to Oprah Winfrey, high achievers are almost always avid readers. Why? Because they know something average minds forget. If you want to outthink, outperform, and outlast, feed your brain consistently. 10 pages a day equal to 300 pages a month equal to roughly 12 to 20 books a year. That's 12 new mentors, 12 new frameworks, 12 mental upgrades, all from a habit that takes just 15 to 20 minutes a day. Why it works. Reading 10 pages a day strengthens your focus, expands your vocabulary and communication, inspires new ideas, increases emotional intelligence, builds mental discipline, and most importantly, it helps you stay plugged in to greatness. You're not alone. You're learning from the best minds in history. Genius achievers are readers before leaders are genius achievers. We don't just read for entertainment. We read for transformation. We read to break limiting beliefs, learn practical strategies, strengthen mindset and emotional control, stay connected to purpose, possibility, and power. It's not about how fast you read. It's about how consistently you read. Because reading daily doesn't just change your knowledge. It changes your identity. What to read. Choose books that align with your goals and elevate your thinking, personal growth and mindset, wealth and financial intelligence, health and vitality, leadership and influence, spiritual clarity and inner peace. Keep your current read within reach, on your nightstand, your desk, your bag. Make it easy. Make it automatic. Chapter 22. Track your habits like a boss. If success is the destination, then habits are the vehicle that gets you there. You don't rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. And your habits, repeated daily, are your personal system for growth, success, and self-mastery. But here's the secret. What gets measured gets improved. That's why every genius achiever tracks habits. Not randomly, not obsessively, but intentionally, like a leader, like a boss. If you want to master your results, start by mastering your patterns. Why tracking matters. Most people think they're making progress, but they're guessing. They overestimate their consistency and underestimate their time wasting. Tracking gives you clarity. You know what you're actually doing. Accountability. You see where you're slipping. Momentum. You celebrate small wins. Control. You shift from emotion-based action to evidence-based results. Success becomes measurable, not mysterious. Build your habit dashboard. You don't need fancy tools, just a simple system that works. Step 1. List your key habits. Start with 3 to 5. Step 2. Create a daily or weekly checklist, paper, app, journal, your choice. Step 3. Track every day. No guilt, no perfection, just truth. Step 4. Review weekly. What worked? What needs adjustment? Some powerful habits to track. Wake up time, morning routine, water intake, reading 10 pages, workouts, meditation or prayer, focus hours, daily gratitude, spending saving habits. The goal isn't to be perfect. The goal is to be present and intentional. Genius achievers lead themselves first. At Genius Achievers, we don't wing it, we track it. Because we know the person who tracks grows faster, the person who reviews improves smarter, the person who measures achieves. This isn't micromanagement, it's self-leadership. If you were the CEO of your life, and you are, wouldn't you want to see the data? Wouldn't you want to know what's really driving your success? Of course you would. That's how a boss operates. Make progress visible. There's power in putting a check mark next to a win. There's motivation in seeing streaks build. There's clarity in spotting patterns that need upgrading. You start showing up not for the streak, but for the standard. You stop being casual and start being committed. If your habits are building your future, then bad habits are quietly breaking it down. Most people chase new goals while still carrying old patterns. They want growth, but drag along habits that slow them, distract them, or drain them. And often, it's not the big failures that ruin potential. It's the small, daily compromises that go unchecked. That's why today's step is simple, but powerful. Remove just one bad habit. Not all of them, not someday, just one today. Why one habit matters. You don't need to overhaul your entire life overnight. In fact, trying to change everything at once is often what causes failure. But when you remove one key negative habit, you create space for more energy, for better focus, for higher confidence, for smarter decisions, for accelerated results. Small subtraction equal to major elevation. What's slowing you down? Here are examples of sneaky habits that limit your progress. Scrolling your phone for 30+ minutes before doing anything productive. Hitting snooze every morning. Negative self-talk when things get tough. Late-night binge eating or Netflix that ruins your sleep. Constant complaining or gossip. Spending without tracking. Skipping workouts just for today. Comparing yourself to everyone else online. None of these seem catastrophic on their own. But over time, they create a life of friction, fatigue, and failure to launch. How to cut the cord? Here's your 3-step action plan. 1. Identify your first habit holding you back. Be honest. 2. Decide to eliminate or replace it. Today, don't wait for Monday. 3. Set a system to catch it. Tell someone, set a reminder, track it. Replace the bad habit with something small but powerful. Swap scrolling for a 5-minute gratitude journal. Swap snoozing for a cold splash and 10 push-ups. Swap complaining with one solution-focused idea. Swap binge watching with 10 pages of a success book. One replacement, one day, one level up. Genius achievers subtract. Before they scale at Genius Achievers, we don't just ask, what do I need to start doing? We also ask, what do I need to stop doing? Because high performance is not just about addition, it's about elimination. You don't rise to your next level by adding more chaos. You rise by removing what no longer serves the vision. Start with one. Don't wait until everything's perfect. Start with one small win. Prove to yourself that you're in control, that you are the designer, not the prisoner of your patterns. In a world full of noise, distraction, and endless options, focus is your superpower. The people who achieve extraordinary results are not doing 1,000 things. They're doing a few things, with intense focus, deep intention, and zero apology. Focus turns average talent into unstoppable execution. It multiplies results, shortens timelines, and builds momentum that few can match. If you want to think and grow rich, don't just work hard, work focused. Why most people stay stuck? It's not because they're lazy, it's because they're distracted. They start 10 projects and finish none. They chase every shiny object. They switch tasks every few minutes and wonder why nothing sticks. The truth? Distraction destroys dreams. But focus builds empires. One goal, one priority, one target. You don't need to do more. You need to do less, better. Here's how to reclaim your focus like a genius achiever. 1. Define your first priority. What's the one thing that moves everything else forward? 2. Time block your work. Dedicate uninterrupted time. Phone off, tabs closed, deep work only. 3. Protect your energy. Don't say yes to everything. Say yes to your vision. 4. Repeat daily. Mastery isn't random, it's focused repetition. Focus is a habit, not a talent, and it's one of the few things completely within your control. The Genius Achievers Focus Formula. At Genius Achievers, we train our focus like a muscle. We build systems to reduce noise and increase flow. Here's our daily focus framework. 3 myths, most important tasks. Start your day by listing your top 3 non-negotiable tasks. Don't end the day until they're done. 90/30th deep work rule. Work with no distractions for 90 minutes. Break for 30. Repeat. Digital clean zone. Keep your workspace clean. Close unnecessary apps. Silence alerts. 1 screen, 1 mission. End of day focus reset. Reflect. What worked? What didn't? How can I improve tomorrow? Protect your greatest asset. Your attention is your currency. Guard it. Train it. Invest it wisely. Because in a distracted world, the person who can focus deeply will outperform, outlast, and outgrow the rest. Time is the one resource you can never get back. You can regain your energy, but once time is gone, it's gone forever. The difference between high achievers and average performers is simple. Genius achievers protect their time like their life depends on it, because it does. If you want to grow rich in mind, life, and results, you must learn this principle. Cut time wasters without apology, ruthlessly, mercilessly, consistently. The hidden thieves of progress. Most people aren't lazy. They're just busy doing what doesn't matter. They scroll endlessly. They chase shallow tasks. They say yes to the wrong things. They react all day instead of leading the day. And then they wonder why they're tired, behind, and unfulfilled. Time wasters are sneaky. They feel harmless, but they drain your power. 1 scroll, 1 click, 1 distraction at a time. How to identify time wasters? Ask yourself, is this moving me closer to my vision? If I repeated this every day for a year, what would my life look like? Am I doing this to avoid something more meaningful? If it doesn't serve your goals, grow your mind, or strengthen your character, it's a time waster. Period. Common time wasters to eliminate. Mindless scrolling, TikTok loops, Instagram rabbit holes, YouTube spirals, repeated checking of emails or messages, engaging in gossip, negativity, or drama. Multitasking, spoiler, it makes you slower and dumber. Watching content that entertains but doesn't elevate. Doing what's urgent instead of what's important. You don't need to eliminate joy or rest, but you must eliminate waste. Genius achievers audit their time. At Genius Achievers, we treat time like wealth. We audit where it goes. We cut what steals it. We invest it in habits, people, and projects that multiply it. Here's how. Do a 7-day time audit. Track where every hour goes. Highlight the low-value activities, then eliminate, delegate, or automate. Schedule your priorities. Don't just prioritize your schedule. Build a not-to-do list and follow it. Set boundaries. Protect your focus with firm decisions. Build a life that respects time. You need better use of the time you already have. Because time wasters don't just rob your productivity, they rob your purpose. And you were not born to scroll, stall, and survive. You were born to build, lead, and grow. Chapter 26. Protect your energy. Your energy is your greatest asset. It powers your mindset. It fuels your discipline. It shapes your presence and performance. And yet, most people treat their energy like it's unlimited until they burn out, break down, or blow up. But genius achievers know better. They understand that success isn't just about managing time, it's about managing energy. And protecting that energy is a daily, non-negotiable discipline. Energy is more valuable than time. You can have all the time in the world, but without energy, you won't use it well. Think about it. 1 energized hour can accomplish more than 10 drained ones. 1 powerful conversation can change your business, but not if you show up mentally scattered. 1 focused workout can upgrade your mood and mindset, but not if you're running on fumes. You don't just need more time, you need the energy to maximize the time you already have. The 4 types of energy you must guard. 1. Physical energy, your fuel. It comes from sleep, hydration, nutrition, and movement. 2. Mental energy, your focus. It drains with decision fatigue, distractions, and overthinking. 3. Emotional energy, your mood. It's affected by relationships, your inner voice, and stress. 4. Spiritual energy, your purpose. It's strengthened through gratitude, service, and alignment. If even one of these is off, your results will suffer. Energy leaks to eliminate. You're losing energy when you spend time with negative, draining people. Say yes when you should say no. Live out of alignment with your values. Overwork without rest. Stay in indecision too long. Constantly multitask without finishing anything. Avoid what needs to be done and carry it mentally all day. These leaks may seem small, but they add up fast, and they cost you clarity, confidence, and creativity. Genius achievers guard their energy like gold. At Genius Achievers, we don't let our energy get hijacked. We do energy audits. We ask, what gives me energy? What drains it? What do I need to cut, change, or protect? Then we adjust with intention. Because energy is not just personal, it's professional. Your energy walks into every room before you do. It affects how people see you, trust you, and follow you. Build an energy ritual. To protect your energy, start your day in silence or gratitude. Take movement breaks every 60 to 90 minutes. Hydrate and fuel your body consistently. Declutter your digital space. End your day with a reset. Journal, stretch, breathe, or plan. Protect your energy like a leader. Because the world responds not just to what you say, but to how you show up. Chapter 27. Rest to refuel, not to escape. Rest is not weakness. It's not laziness. And it's definitely not quitting. When used with intention, rest becomes the reset button that recharges your energy, restores your creativity, and reignites your focus. But most people don't rest to refuel. They rest to escape. They collapse into distraction, binge on stimulation, and call it recovery. That kind of rest doesn't restore. It numbs. It delays. It drains. Genius achievers rest with purpose. Not to avoid work, but to return stronger. You're not a machine. You weren't designed to grind endlessly. You weren't made to run on caffeine, adrenaline, and constant pressure. Just like your muscles grow in recovery, your mind sharpens during rest. Without proper rest, focus breaks down, mood dips, stress rises, performance suffers, and burnout begins. Growth requires cycles: work, stretch, rest, repeat. The difference between escaping and recharging. Escaping is mindless. You check out. Refueling is mindful. You check in with what you truly need. Escaping looks like scrolling for hours, numbing with junk food, TV, or distractions. Sleeping excessively to avoid facing problems. Refueling looks like going for a walk in nature, having a deep conversation, practicing breathwork or meditation, journaling your thoughts, taking a nap without guilt, doing nothing for a moment, with awareness. You don't grow when you're drained, you grow when you're grounded. Genius achievers build rest into their routine. At Genius Achievers, we schedule rest like a responsibility, not an afterthought. Sleep is non-negotiable. Active rest sharpens clarity. Recovery builds resilience. White space boosts creativity. We don't wait until we're exhausted to rest. We plan rest to prevent burnout and to protect long-term performance. The 3 levels of high-performance rest. 1. Daily reset, micro breaks. Morning and evening routines, power naps. 2. Weekly recharge, a few hours unplugged. A nature walk, a slow evening. 3. Monthly retreat, a full day or weekend to disconnect, reflect, and realign. This is how you rest with intention. This is how you fuel a sustainable, fulfilling life. Chapter 28. Control your emotions. If you don't learn to control your emotions will control your life. You'll say things you regret. You'll make decisions based on fear instead of facts. You'll quit too soon or hold back too long, not because of what's real, but because of how you feel in the moment. To think and grow rich, you must master more than business or money. You must master your emotional state. Because no matter how intelligent, talented, or driven you are, if you can't control your emotions, you can't lead yourself. And if you can't lead yourself, you can't lead your future. Emotions are messengers, not masters. Your emotions are not your enemy. They are signals. They offer insight, but they are not commands. You can feel frustration and still move forward with grace. You can feel fear and still take action. You can feel anger and still respond with wisdom. Emotional intelligence means you acknowledge your emotions without being owned by them. The danger of untrained emotions. People lose relationships, ruin businesses, and self-destruct, not from lack of talent, but from emotional explosions and overreactions. You're triggered by criticism, so you stop creating. You feel insecure, so you lash out or stay small. You feel overwhelmed, so you avoid what matters most. Untrained emotions pull you out of alignment, but trained emotions make you powerful under pressure. How to lead your emotions like a genius achiever. As genius achievers, we don't suppress emotions. We study them. We channel them. Here's how we lead them. Pause before you react. Breathe. Ask, is this emotion helpful right now? Give space between trigger and action. Name what you feel. Labeling the emotion reduces its intensity. I'm not angry. I feel unheard. Question the thought behind it. What belief triggered this emotion? Is it true or just a story? Redirect the energy. Turn anxiety into movement. Turn sadness into reflection. Turn fear into focus. Return to your vision. Ask, what does the best version of me do next? Let that version lead. Emotions are powerful, so become their master. You're not a robot. You'll have moments of doubt, stress, and frustration. But when your identity is clear, your habits are solid, and your mission is strong, your emotions become tools, not traps. Chapter 29. Make decisions fast. Success loves speed. And indecision? It kills momentum, drains energy, and creates confusion. One of the most consistent traits of high performers and genius achievers is this. They make decisions fast, and they adjust as they go. They don't get stuck in what if. They don't drown in analysis. They understand that clarity comes through action, not overthinking. If you want to grow rich in mind, life, and results, train yourself to decide quickly and move forward powerfully. Indecision is a silent dream killer. Here's what indecision really costs you. Time, hours, days, weeks wasted going in circles. Energy, mental fatigue from obsessing over what's right. Confidence. Doubt multiplies the longer you wait. Opportunities. Doors close while you hesitate to knock. Every great opportunity has a shelf life. And those who hesitate too long often miss the window. Successful people decide fast and fine-tune later. Don't confuse fast decisions with reckless ones. Smart decisions are made based on values, goals, and priorities, not perfection. Genius achievers ask, does this align with my vision? Will this move me forward? What's the cost of waiting? If the answer is clear, they act. And if the decision needs correction, they course correct with speed, not shame. How to build decision-making speed. 1. Set clear values. 2. When you know your core values, decisions become simple. Not easy, but clear. 3. Limit your options. 4. Too many choices equal to paralysis. Narrow your focus. Eliminate the noise. 5. Give yourself a time limit. 6. I'll make this call in the next 10 minutes. 7. Create urgency where clarity is stalling. 8. Trust your gut. 9. If it feels aligned, empowering, and growth-oriented, go. 10. Own the outcome. 11. Whatever happens, take full responsibility. That's how leaders grow. Genius achievers don't wait. They lead as genius achievers. We don't stall on decisions that matter. We've learned that speed is not about rushing. It's about reducing friction between intention and action. We don't need perfect plans. We need decisive motion, because motion builds confidence. Confidence builds momentum, and momentum builds results. Decide, move, refine. Decisions create direction. Direction creates discipline. Discipline creates destiny. So if you're standing at A and move, crossroads, choose. Chapter 30, do the hard thing first. The shortcut to success is not talent. It's not timing. It's not even motivation. It's the ability to do the hard thing first, especially when it's uncomfortable, unfamiliar, or inconvenient. Whether it's the difficult conversation, the workout you dread, the sales call you fear, or the task that demands deep focus. That hard thing is your next level in disguise. Hard is where the growth happens. Most people procrastinate the hard stuff. They warm up with easy wins, check small boxes, and convince themselves they're being productive. But real growth doesn't come from avoiding discomfort. It comes from moving through it. Because behind every hard thing you resist is a skill, a breakthrough, a result you can't access any other way. The power of the first hour. The first part of your day determines the trajectory of the rest. If you start with easy distractions, you weaken your willpower. But when you do the hardest, most important task first, you take control. You lead your day instead of reacting to it. Here's how you build the habit. 1. Identify your first resistance task the night before. 2. Block 60-90 minutes, first thing in the morning. 3. Go all in, no phone, no multitasking. 4. Finish it before checking email, messages, or scrolling. This one shift can 10 times your productivity, confidence, and momentum. Genius achievers lean into the hard. At Genius Achievers, we hunt discomfort because we know that's where the gold is. We train our minds to face challenge, not flee from it. We anchor our identity in action, not avoidance. And we build the muscle of self-trust by keeping one daily promise. I will do the hard thing first. That habit separates amateurs from leaders. It's not about motivation. It's about mission, from resistance to routine. Yes, it will be uncomfortable. Yes, your mind will want to delay. But when you push through once, you build strength. Do it daily, and it becomes who you are. Eventually, the hard thing becomes your favorite thing, because it creates the life you want. A vision without a deadline is just a daydream. A goal without a timeline is just a wish. If you want to turn your dreams into results, you must do more than just visualize them. You must put them on a clock. Deadlines create urgency, accountability, and momentum. They turn intention into execution. They separate those who say they want success from those who actually show up and create it. Vision gives you direction. Deadlines give you drive. You need both. A vision gives you purpose, passion, and clarity. It answers the question, where am I going? But a deadline answers the next vital question, by when will I get there? Without deadlines, procrastination grows. Clarity fades, motivation dips, results delay or disappear. With deadlines, focus sharpens, decisions get faster, action becomes intentional, progress becomes measurable. Smart isn't enough. Be emotional. You've heard of SMART goals. But Genius Achievers go further. We add emotion and urgency to every vision. Ask, why does this matter deeply to me? What pain will I avoid by completing it on time? What reward will this unlock when I follow through? And then lock it in with a deadline. By this date, I will be this person, doing this thing, living this result. Clarity plus urgency equal to commitment. Genius Achievers set vision in motion. At Genius Achievers, we don't wait for the perfect moment. We set goals that stretch us, with timelines that move us. Here's a powerful format to use today. I will specific goal by specific date because emotional reason. Example, I will earn £10,000 month through my business by December 31st because I want to provide financial freedom for my family. Put this where you can see it daily. Repeat it, feel it, act on it. Deadlines beat delays. Every day you push your vision into someday is a day lost. But every day you move with purpose is a day banked toward your dream. Chapter 32. Break big goals into tiny steps. Big dreams can feel heavy. They can inspire you or they can intimidate you. And that's where most people stall. They have a powerful vision but no clear path. They don't fail because they're not capable. They fail because they feel overwhelmed. That's why genius achievers follow this simple truth. Break big goals into tiny, winnable steps. Because small steps done consistently build massive momentum. Clarity shrinks fear. When your goal is too big and vague, it creates pressure instead of progress. For example, start a business sounds exciting, but where do you begin? Get in shape sounds urgent, but what's the first move? Write a book sounds ambitious, but what does step one look like? When you break your big goal down into bite-sized actions, you shift from feeling stuck to feeling in control. The micro-step formula. Here's how to break down your big goal like a genius achiever. 1. Define the end result clearly. 2. Example. Launch my coaching business. 3. Break it into 3 to 5 key milestones. 4. Example. Choose niche. Build offer. Create website. Open payment system. Launch. 5. Break each milestone into daily tasks. 6. Example. For choose niche. List passions. Research markets. Test ideas. 7. Schedule the tiny steps. 8. Don't just list them, assign them to days. That's what makes it real. 9. Celebrate progress, not just completion. 10. Every box you tick builds belief and discipline. Genius achievers stack wins. At Genius Achievers, we don't try to do it all at once. We stack small wins daily. Because success isn't built in a weekend. It's built in the moments you move forward when most people stall. We use tools like daily to-do lists, 90-day sprint planners, weekly reviews to track progress, accountability systems to stay on. The goal? Progress, not pressure. Momentum beats perfection. Perfection says, I'll start when everything is ready. Momentum says, I'll start where I am with what I have. And every step you take builds confidence, clarity, and consistency. That's how you go from stuck to scaling. Success isn't a random moment, it's a repeatable process. And while long-term vision is essential, most people fail because their dreams stay stuck in the distant future. That's why genius achievers work in powerful, focused bursts of time, 90 days at a time. Why 90 days? Because it's short enough to stay focused and long enough to see real, life-changing progress. Why 90 days works? You don't need a 5-year plan right now. You need a 90-day sprint that builds belief, confidence, and momentum. Here's why this time frame is magic. You can measure progress clearly. You feel urgency without panic. You can course correct quickly. You stay focused on a few priorities instead of 50. 90 days is your bridge between where you are and where you're going. The Genius Achiever 90-Day Framework. Make it specific, measurable, and emotionally charged. Example, I will generate £5,000 from my online coaching business by September 30th, so I can create financial freedom and prove this model works. Step 2, break it into 3 milestones, 30 days each. Month 1, research and build offer. Month 2, launch website and marketing. Month 3, drive sales and build consistency. Step 3, set weekly focuses. Each week, choose 1 to 3 core actions. Don't overdo it. Focus creates mastery. Step 4, track daily habits. What do you need to do daily to win this 90-day game? E.g., outreach, content, workouts, journaling, morning routine. Step 5, review weekly and reset monthly. Ask, what did I win this week? What blocked my progress? What will I do differently next week? This review system is where growth lives. Genius Achievers play the 90-day game. At Genius Achievers, we don't try to improve, we plan for it. We live in seasons of focus. We don't chase everything, we build something. And then we build again, better and smarter. The 90-day sprint is how we grow in chapters. It's how we compress years of effort into months of smart execution. Stack wins, quarter by quarter. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to commit for the next 90 days, and then do it again and again. Success is not a one-time leap. It's a series of focused runs. Chapter 34. Learn from the best daily. Success leaves clues, and those clues are everywhere, hidden in interviews, books, podcasts, biographies, and even quiet conversations with people who've already done what you dream of doing. If you want to grow rich in thought, ability, and results, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You need to study the people who already built it. Genius achievers understand this. If you want to move faster, think smarter, and go further, you must learn from the best every day. Why learning is a success multiplier. The fastest way to level up your thinking is to expose it to higher levels of thought. Learning from successful people gives you a shortcut through their years of mistakes, a playbook for what works, confidence from borrowed belief, mental models to make faster, better decisions. Proof that your dream is possible. You don't need to guess, you can model. How to learn like a genius achiever. 1. Choose your mentors. Pick 3 to 5 people whose values, results, and mindset you admire. They can be living or legendary. Authors, coaches, creators, entrepreneurs, even historical icons. 2. Create a daily learning ritual. Options. Read 10 pages of a personal development or business book. Watch a keynote or TED Talk. Listen to a podcast while walking. Study their routines, mindset, failures, and decisions. Take notes on key lessons and apply them to your own life. 3. Track and apply one insight each day. Knowledge without application is just entertainment. Ask, what's one thing I can do with what I just? Write it. Implement it. Reflect on it. Learn in layers. Go deep on a few topics. Mastery lives in depth, not just variety. If you're building a business, study business models. If you're developing discipline, study stoicism or military leadership. If you want wealth, study wealth psychology and money strategy. Layer your learning like compound interest. It grows over time. And suddenly, you'll be operating on a different frequency than the world around you. Genius achievers are always students. At Genius Achievers, we don't outgrow learning. We grow because of it. We don't wait until we have time. We make time every day. We understand that mentors, both virtual and real, are the keys to acceleration. Chapter 35, Apply before you perfect. Perfection is a lie, and worse, it's a trap. It keeps dreamers stuck in planning. It makes creatives stall before launching. It convinces entrepreneurs that more time equals better results. But genius achievers know the truth. Action beats perfection every time. Perfection delays progress. You don't get rewarded for what you plan. You get rewarded for what you ship, start, and share. Waiting to perfect your offer, your pitch, your brand, your voice. It feels safe, but it's slowing you down. Every day spent polishing instead of publishing is a day your dream is delayed. Done is better than perfect. High achievers understand the value of MVP thinking, minimum viable product. They don't wait to be ready. They launch, test, tweak, refine, and grow fast. Because the market doesn't care if it's perfect. The world responds to momentum, clarity, and courage. If it works, improve it. If it fails, learn. But either way, you'll be ahead of the perfectionist who's still getting ready. How genius achievers apply fast. At Genius Achievers, we move with courage, not hesitation. Here's how we build this mindset. 1. Start before you're ready. You'll never feel 100% ready. Start anyway. Action creates clarity. 2. Launch imperfectly. Put it out there. A rough draft in the world beats a perfect idea in your head. 3. Get feedback, not just feelings. Your assumptions mean nothing until tested. Let real feedback guide the next step. 4. Improve in public. Don't fear judgment, fear stagnation. Every move you make shows you're growing. 5. Reflect and repeat. Each cycle builds experience. And experience creates results. Speed over stagnation. While others wait for the perfect time, you're already 5 steps ahead, building skills, momentum, and confidence. Success is a moving train. You either get on now and refine as you go, or you miss the ride waiting for the right seat. How you start your day sets the tone for everything that follows. If you start reactive, scrolling, snoozing, stressing, you hand over your power before the day even begins. But if you start proactive, intentional, grounded, focused, you build a foundation of control, clarity, and confidence. The world doesn't decide how your day goes. You do. That's why genius achievers win the morning, on purpose. Morning is prime time for high performers. Why is the morning so powerful? Your mind is clear. Your willpower is fresh. There are fewer distractions. You set the emotional tone for the next 16 hours. Start strong, and everything else feels easier. Start weak, and you spend the day trying to catch up. The Genius Achiever Morning Blueprint. You don't need a 3-hour ritual, but you do need a repeatable rhythm that aligns with your goals. Here's a winning formula used by top performers around the world. 1. Wake with purpose. Don't snooze. Get up when your alarm rings. Tell your body, I lead today. 2. Move your body. Even 5 to 10 minutes of stretching, walking, or training energizes your brain. 3. Win with stillness. Spend 5 minutes in silence, gratitude, or breath work. Reset your nervous system before the noise begins. 4. Fuel your mind. Read 10 pages. Listen to a podcast. Review your goals. Input drives outlook. 5. Plan with clarity. What are the top 3 things you must get done today? Set your focus before distractions choose it for you. Avoid the morning traps. Here's what genius achievers don't do in the first hour. Check social media. React to emails or texts. Watch the news. Rush without awareness. Because the first hour belongs to you, not the world. Momentum is built, not found. You don't find motivation. You build it. By keeping promises to yourself, starting with the first one of the day. I will start strong. Own the morning. And the rest of the day falls into place. Success doesn't start with a big break. It starts with a quiet, powerful truth. You do what you said you'd do. That's self-trust. It's built not by talking big, but by winning small, consistently. One tiny promise at a time. One completed task. One follow-through moment that says, I can count on me. When you trust yourself, nothing feels out of reach. Why, self-trust is everything. Without self-trust, you hesitate when it's time to act. You start projects but rarely finish. You question every decision. You look to others for permission or validation, but when you build self-trust, you move with boldness. You follow through with grit. You bounce back faster from setbacks. You become unshakable. Self-trust is the foundation of self-confidence, the power of small wins. Big wins are rare, but small wins? They're available daily, and they compound fast. Examples of small wins: waking up when you said you would, completing your morning routine, sending the message you've been avoiding, hitting your daily writing, workout, or work target. Saying no when something doesn't align. These actions seem tiny, but over time, they reprogram your identity. You stop saying I hope and start saying I always. Genius achievers track their wins. At Genius Achievers, we celebrate effort, not just outcomes. We track daily commitments kept, weekly goals achieved, moments we showed discipline when it wasn't easy. Why? Because success is built on self-respect, and self-respect comes from proving to yourself that you show up, even when no one's watching. Start small, build big. Don't try to overhaul your life overnight. Choose 3 to 5 daily promises that matter to you. Then keep them, even when it's inconvenient, especially then. That's how trust is built, through repetition, under pressure. Chapter 38. Focus on progress, not perfection. Perfection is a myth. Progress is the mission. If you chase perfection, you'll freeze, fumble, and forever feel like you're not enough. But if you chase progress, you'll move, grow, and realize you're becoming more than you ever imagined. Genius achievers don't wait for perfect moments. They create progress in imperfect conditions. Because success isn't about flawless performance. It's about consistent improvement. Why perfectionism is a hidden form of fear. Perfectionism looks like ambition, but often it's fear in disguise. Fear of judgment, fear of failure, fear of not being good enough, so we stall. We tweak. We wait. But while we wait, opportunity moves on. The truth? The world doesn't need your perfect. It needs your real, your evolving, your authentic progress. Progress builds confidence. Every time you take imperfect action, you learn something. You gain experience. You grow your belief. You build your skill set. Progress equal to movement, and movement leads to momentum, and momentum creates breakthroughs. Genius achievers track progress over time. Am I better than yesterday? Am I moving closer to my vision? Did I show up even when I didn't feel like it? Those are the metrics that matter, because that's how champions are made, in inches, not miles. Practice the 1% rule. If you improve just 1% every day, you're 37 times better in a year. That's the power of progress. It's not always loud, flashy, or instant, but it's undeniable. Don't aim for massive leaps. Aim for consistent steps. Let go of being the best. Focus on being better, bit by bit, day by day. Distraction is the enemy of greatness. It steals your focus, your energy, your time, and worst of all, your potential. We live in a noisy world. Notifications, emails, apps, alerts, endless scrolling. Every second, something is trying to steal your attention. But genius achievers do something most people never will. They guard their focus like gold, because they know what you focus on, you feed. Focus is a superpower in a distracted world. While others are pulled in 20 directions, the genius achiever locks in on one, and that's why they finish what they start, build faster, learn deeper, achieve more with less effort. Because it's not about how hard you work, it's about how undistracted you are while you work. The cost of distraction. Every time you get distracted, it takes 23 minutes on average to fully refocus. You make more mistakes. You stretch tasks that could take 1 hour into 3. You lose the mental sharpness that creates breakthroughs. Distraction doesn't just waste time, it wastes your edge. How genius achievers eliminate distractions. We don't rely on willpower, we build systems. Here's how we do it. 1. Create a distraction. Free environment. Silence your phone or leave it in another room. Use tools like Focus Mode, Forest app, or Freedom. Keep only one tab or task open at a time. 2. Time block like a pro. Work in 50-minute focus blocks with 10-minute breaks. Assign each block to a single task. No multitasking. 3. Use the one thing rule. Ask, what is the one most important thing I must complete today? Then guard your time until it's done. 4. Build digital boundaries. No social media before noon. No email checking more than 2 times a day. Schedule consumption. Don't let it control you. You don't need more hours. You need fewer interruptions. Because clarity creates speed, and speed creates results. Chapter 40, Discipline is the shortcut. Everyone wants the result, but very few are willing to live the process. Success doesn't come to the most talented. While the world searches for hacks, shortcuts, and easy ways, genius achievers choose the real shortcut, discipline. Because discipline is what turns potential into power. It's what transforms goals into results. It's what makes you unstoppable on the days when motivation disappears. Motivation comes and goes. Discipline stays. You will not feel like it every day. But if your habits are built on discipline, it doesn't matter. Discipline says, I show up no matter how I feel. I follow through when it's hard. I act in alignment with my vision, not my mood. It's not about being perfect. It's about being consistent, especially when it's not easy. The discipline-driven life. Here's what discipline gives you. Confidence. You trust yourself because you keep your word. Clarity. You no longer debate your daily actions. You just do them. Momentum. Every act of discipline builds the next. Freedom. Ironically, the more disciplined your structure, the more freedom you gain. Want to wake up without anxiety? Be disciplined. Want to build wealth? Be disciplined. Want to feel proud when you look in the mirror? Be disciplined. Genius achievers train it like a muscle. Discipline isn't a personality trait, it's a skill. At Genius Achievers, we build it daily. Then do it again tomorrow. 2. Create non-negotiables. Decide which habits are not optional and treat them like oxygen. 3. Use triggers and routines. Link habits to your environment or schedule, for example, journal after coffee, workout after work. 4. Be ruthless with excuses. Train your brain to respond to doubt with discipline. Ask, what would the best version of me do? Every time you act with discipline, you cast a vote for the person you're becoming. And over time, those votes become your identity. I'm someone who follows through. I do hard things. I finish what I start. You're not waiting for life to change. You're building the mindset that makes change inevitable. Chapter 41. Don't rely on willpower designed for success. Willpower is unreliable. It fades, it fluctuates, and it fails when you need it most. If you rely on willpower alone, your success will always feel like an uphill battle. But if you design your life for success, success becomes the default, not the exception. Genius achievers don't depend on discipline alone. They build systems, structures, and surroundings that set them up to win. Because environment beats willpower, and structure builds momentum. The problem with willpower is like a battery. It runs low the more decisions you make. That's why you eat clean in the morning, binge at night. You work hard all week, then crash on the weekend. You start strong but struggle to finish. The key isn't trying harder. The key is to remove the need to try so hard in the first place. Design your life like a genius achiever. At Genius Achievers, we live by this code: design wins. Defaults matter. Simplicity scales. Here's how we do it. 1. Design your environment for action. Keep distractions out of sight and out of reach. Place healthy choices and tools where you'll use them. Set up workspaces that inspire focus, not chaos. Example. Lay out your workout clothes the night before. Prep your meals in advance. Turn off app notifications by default. 2. Automate what you can. Use calendars, reminders, and recurring systems. Automate savings, bills, and routines. Batch similar tasks together to reduce decision fatigue. Every decision you don't have to make adds energy back into your day. 3. Make habits effortless. Make the good habits easier to start and the bad habits harder to access. Want to read more? Leave the book on your pillow. Want to scroll less? Log out of apps or delete them temporarily. Want to write daily? Keep your journal or laptop open and visible. Design wins where willpower wears thin. After I brush my teeth, I review my goals. After I eat lunch, I take a 10-minute walk. After I finish work, I review my progress. This makes your habits automatic, not optional. Willpower should be a backup, not the plan genius. Achievers don't leave success up to mood or motivation. They build a life that makes the right choice the easy choice. That's how real change sticks. Not with more force, but with smarter design. What gets measured gets mastered. If you don't track it, you can't improve it. And if you don't measure your movement, you'll never know if you're moving at all. People say they want success, but they never stop to track their actions, results, or progress. So they stay stuck, spinning in place, confusing activity with achievement. Genius achievers don't guess. We track everything that matters because tracking brings clarity and clarity leads to power. Why tracking changes the game. Tracking removes the fog. It gives you a scoreboard for your success. It shows you what's working, what's not, where you're growing, where you're drifting. Most importantly, it gives you evidence. You're no longer hoping. You're proving to yourself that you're on the right path. Track the inputs, not just the outcomes. Success isn't just about the end goal. It's about the actions that create the goal. How much money you made. How many followers you gained. How many kilos you lost. Instead, track how many calls you made. How many hours you trained. How many pages you read. how consistently you showed up, because inputs are what you control. And when the inputs are solid, the outcomes follow. The Genius Achiever Tracking Method. At Genius Achievers, we use simple, powerful systems to measure progress. 1. Use a daily habit tracker. Tick off every win that aligns with your goals, for example, journaled, exercised, marketed, read, created. 2. Weekly progress review. Ask, what did I achieve this week? Where did I fall short? What will I adjust next week? 3. Monthly goal check-in. Review milestones. Celebrate wins. Refocus your next 30-day sprint. 4. Use visual tracking tools. Whiteboards, journals, habit apps, calendars, whatever helps you see the progress. Data creates discipline. The more you track, the more aware you become. And awareness is the first step to lasting change. Tracking keeps you honest. It turns vague ambition into visible progress. No more hiding from the truth. No more coasting. Chapter 43. Accountability builds winners. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, get accountable. And one of the strongest systems a genius achiever builds is accountability. Why? Because left alone, the mind makes excuses. But when someone's watching, or when the mirror of truth is reflecting back at you, you show up different. You show up stronger, sharper, more committed. Accountability is a performance multiplier. Accountability pushes you when motivation fades, clarifies your priorities, eliminates excuses, helps you course correct faster, builds follow-through muscle, doesn't make you weaker. It makes you braver because it removes the comfort of hiding. The 3 types of accountability genius achievers use. At Genius Achievers, we believe accountability should exist at multiple levels. 1. Self-accountability. Track your progress daily. Review your goals weekly. Ask, did I live in alignment with the person I'm becoming? 2. Public accountability. Share your goals with a trusted group, coach, or community. Post your commitment, for example, 30-day fitness challenge or daily writing for 90 days. Use public pressure as fuel, not fear. 3. Partner accountability. Find an accountability partner or success buddy. Check in weekly on your biggest goals. Celebrate wins, share failures, and keep each other in motion. What to track for accountability? When you're accountable, you should track daily habits, promises kept, results created, mindset shifts, mistakes made, and lessons learned. You're not reporting perfection. You're reporting real growth. Accountability is a mirror, not a judge. The goal of accountability isn't shame, it's clarity and consistency. It reminds you who you said you wanted to become, why that version of you matters, what needs to be done today to keep that promise alive. The more you practice it, the more you elevate. You don't need to be great at everything. You just need to be exceptional at the right things. Success isn't about becoming someone else. It's about discovering who you already are and turning up the volume. Genius achievers don't waste energy trying to fix all their weaknesses. They double down on their natural gifts, earned skills, and unique talents. Because your greatest success will always come from your strength zone. Strength creates speed. When you operate from strength, you learn faster. You perform better. You feel more energized. You gain confidence quicker. Weakness leads to frustration. Discovering your strengths. Your strengths aren't always obvious. Often they feel so normal to you that you overlook them. Here's how to find them. 1. What feels easy to you, but hard to others? Maybe it's communicating, solving problems, staying calm, or coming up with ideas. 2. What have people complimented you on for years? Listen to repeated feedback. It's often a reflection of your gift. 3. When do you feel fully engaged, alive, and in flow? Those moments point to your genius. 4. What activities give you energy rather than drain it? Energy is a clue. When you're aligned, you're empowered. Build around your strengths. Once you know your strengths, structure your life and work around them. Design your business to lean on your strengths. Delegate or simplify tasks that fall in your weakness zone. Collaborate with people who complement you. Use your strengths to solve bigger problems and create more value. Your strengths are the seeds of your success. Water them daily. Genius achievers lead with their edge. At Genius Achievers, we don't try to be everything. We focus on our natural lane, and we accelerate there. We know that when we show up in our strengths, we lead with certainty, we grow with speed, we succeed with joy. Chapter 45. Turn setbacks into setups. Every success story includes a plot twist. Every genius achiever has faced a moment when it all seemed like it was falling apart. Setbacks aren't the end. They're the beginning of a better version of you. It's not the fall that defines you. It's what you do next. Setbacks are signals. What if failure wasn't punishment, but preparation? Setbacks reveal weaknesses you can strengthen, redirect you to something better, build resilience, teach lessons that only pain can deliver, humble your ego and sharpen your focus. The moment it feels like everything's falling apart might actually be the moment everything is falling into place. The Genius Achiever. Response to setbacks at Genius Achievers. We don't avoid failure. We study it. We don't let obstacles define us. We let them refine us. Here's how we transform setbacks into setups. 1. Pause. Don't panic. Take a breath. Detach emotionally. Ask, what is this here to teach me? 2. Extract the lesson. What went wrong? Why did it happen? What can I do differently next time? 3. Reframe the experience. Say this aloud. This isn't happening to me. It's happening for me. See the struggle as a stepping stone, not a stop sign. 4. Adjust the plan, not the dream. Pivot the method. Tweak the strategy. But never lower your vision. Just sharpen your approach. 5. Come back stronger. Let the setback fuel your fire. Use it as proof that you're on the path most avoid. Resilience is your hidden power. Resilience isn't just about bouncing back. It's about coming back wiser, braver, and more unstoppable than before. The most powerful voice in your life is the one inside your head. Before the world ever tells you yes or no, you already decided, through your self-talk, what's possible, what's impossible, and who you believe you are. Genius achievers know. The way you speak to yourself becomes the way you show up to the world. Your words shape your identity. Your identity shapes your actions. And your actions shape your results. Words build or break. Negative self-talk is not harmless. It is a silent, constant saboteur. Phrases like, I'm not good enough, I always mess things up, I'm just not the type to succeed, aren't facts. They're stories. And every time you repeat them, you're voting against your future. But when you change your language, you change your direction. Genius achievers speak with power. At Genius Achievers, we speak the language of strength, clarity, and belief. Here's how. Say, that didn't work. What can I learn from it? 2. Use present tense affirmations. Talk to yourself as the person you are becoming. I am focus. I finish what I start. I rise when others quit. 3. Challenge limiting beliefs. When your inner voice says, you can't, prove that voice wrong with action. 4. Talk to yourself. Don't just listen. Don't passively absorb your fears. Interrupt them. Speak louder than your doubt. Your voice sets the standard. When you talk to yourself with discipline and love, you set the tone for how others treat you, what risks you take, how resilient you become, what level you play the game at. Speak like a champion, and you'll act like one. Your life is not built by what you do occasionally. It's built by what you do consistently. Success is never one massive action. It's the result of small daily habits, stacked with discipline, repeated with intention, and executed without excuse. Genius achievers don't rely on luck. They rely on systems, and habits are the most powerful system of all. Why habits matter more than goals. Goals give you direction. You can set a goal to build a business, get fit, write a book, build wealth. But without the habits to support those goals, your dream stays exactly that, a dream. Habits make success automatic. They remove the need for constant decision-making and replace it with momentum. 1. Cue a trigger that starts the habit. 2. Craving, your brain anticipates the reward. 3. Response, the action you take. 4. Reward, the result that makes you want to repeat it. Genius achievers use this awareness to intentionally design empowering habits that stick. Start tiny. Stay consistent. Scale fast. Here's how we build unbreakable habits. 1. Make it easy to start. Don't aim for 100 push-ups. Start with 10. Don't write a chapter. Start with a paragraph. Consistency beats intensity when you're building the foundation. 2. Stack it with existing habits. Tie your new habit to one you already do. After I make my coffee, I journal for 3 minutes. After I brush my teeth, I visualize my goals. 3. Track it visibly. Use a habit tracker or calendar. Seeing the chain grow motivates you to not break it. 4. Reward it immediately. Celebrate your win. Every time, even if it's small. Joy locks the behavior in place. Discipline builds the identity. The more consistently you act, the more deeply you believe. This is who I am now. I don't miss. I don't quit. I follow through. Your habits become your proof, not just of your goals, but of your identity. Genius achievers are built by habits. Behind every extraordinary result is an ordinary routine, done with extraordinary consistency. Show me your habits, and I'll show you your future. If everything is important, nothing is. Success doesn't come from doing more. It comes from doing the right thing at the right time with unshakable focus. Genius achievers don't chase 100 things. They master the one thing that moves the needle most, and then they double down until it's done. Clarity is power, and focus creates freedom. The problem with multitasking is a myth. Your brain can't focus deeply on more than one meaningful task at a time. When you try to, build a business, read 3 books, reply to 10 messages, launch 5 projects, you scatter your energy, dilute your effort, and slow your growth. But when you focus on one mission, you move with speed, purpose, and momentum. What's your one thing? Ask yourself, what is the one thing I can do, such that by doing it, everything else becomes easier or unnecessary? It might be making that sales call, writing that email, launching that product, creating that routine, saying no to that distraction. One action, one breakthrough, one domino that knocks over all the rest. How genius achievers focus their fire. The genius achievers, we live by the power of one goal per quarter. Laser in on one outcome. Everything else supports it. 2. One key habit at a time. Master one routine. Make it automatic before adding another. 3. One priority per day before anything else. Ask, what is my one must-win task today? 4. One track per season. Simplicity scales. Complexity kills. Most people fail because they do too much too soon with too little focus. But when you master one thing, it builds confidence, clarity, leverage, results. Then, you stack the next thing on top of a strong foundation. Every yes to the wrong thing is a no to your dream. Every time you people please, overcommit, or avoid discomfort, you delay your own breakthrough. They say no more often than most, so they can say a loud, powerful yes to what truly matters. Because focus demands boundaries, and growth demands you protect your time like it's your most valuable asset. Because it is. The cost of a weak yes. Saying yes when you should say no leads to burnout, resentment, distraction, missed opportunities. A life filled with tasks that don't light you up. A yes that's driven by fear, guilt, or pressure will always pull you away from purpose. But a no spoken with clarity creates space for alignment, energy, and momentum. How genius achievers say no with confidence. At Genius Achievers, we don't fear the word no, we respect it. Here's how to build that muscle. 1. Know your non-negotiables. Decide in advance. What's sacred? What are your top 3 priorities right now? What deserves your best energy? If it doesn't support your mission, it's a no. 2. Pause before you answer. You don't owe anyone an instant reply. Pause, reflect, and ask, If I say yes to this, what am I saying no to? 3. Speak with grace, not guilt. Say no kindly, but firmly. I appreciate the offer, but I'm focused on a few key priorities right now. That's not a fit for me at the moment. I'm honored you asked, but I have to decline. No drama, no apology, just direction. 4. Say no to old versions of yourself you're evolving. That means letting go of commitments that no longer align, relationships that drain your energy, habits that no longer serve your growth. Saying no is how you make room for the next level of who you're becoming. Use it for your greatness. Chapter 50, Fuel Passion with Purpose. Passion is energy. Purpose is direction. When you align the two, you become unstoppable. Purpose gets you focused. Together, they give your life meaning, momentum, and mastery. Genius achievers don't just chase what excites them. They channel that fire into something bigger than themselves. Because passion without purpose burns out. But passion with purpose, that lights up the world. Why passion alone isn't enough. Passion can feel powerful, but without direction, it fades. It becomes scattered, emotional, inconsistent. You can be passionate about helping others, creating art, solving problems, sharing your message. But when it's tied to why you do it, it becomes a mission. Purpose gives your passion legs to stand on and a path to run down. Discovering your purpose. Purpose isn't found, it's built, step by step through action and reflection. Ask yourself, what breaks my heart or fires me up in the world? Where do I feel most alive and useful? What do I want to be remembered for? How can I serve, solve, or inspire with what I've been given? You don't need to change the whole world. You just need to make a difference somewhere and grow from there. Genius Achievers connect purpose to progress. At Genius Achievers, we infuse purpose into every action. We don't just work, we build legacy. We don't just hustle, we heal, help, and grow. We don't just succeed, we lift others while rising ourselves. That's what makes the journey meaningful, not just successful. Passion gives you fire. Purpose makes it last. When days get hard, and they will, it won't be passion that carries you. It'll be purpose. Purpose reminds you why it matters, why quitting isn't an option. And that's how you show up with passion even when motivation is gone. Chapter 51. Do the work, even when it's boring. Everybody loves the idea of success, but few love the process that creates it, especially the boring parts. The truth? Success isn't sexy. It's repetitive, routine, and relentless. The ones who win aren't just the most talented. They're the ones who do the work, especially when it's boring, unglamorous, or inconvenient. That's where greatness is forged. The boring work is the foundation. The extra 30 minutes of learning when no one's watching. The daily grind of showing up even when there's no applause. The uncelebrated reps, the lonely mornings, the quiet discipline. That's not a detour, that is the path. Genius achievers fall in love with the process because they understand. If I master the boring, I'll dominate the extraordinary. Why most people quit. Most people give up not because they lack talent, but because they can't handle the dull days, the slow progress, the unseen effort. They crave excitement. But real transformation comes through consistency, not novelty. And that's why boredom breaks average people, but builds genius achievers. Train yourself to embrace the reps. At Genius Achievers, we train like champions. 1. Make peace with repetition. Repetition builds rhythm. Rhythm builds mastery. 2. Remember your why. Daily tie the boring task to the bigger purpose. Waking up early isn't just discipline, it's alignment with your dream. 3. Use the just 5 rule. When you're unmotivated, commit to just 5 minutes or 5 reps. Action breeds energy. Momentum builds quickly. 4. Measure progress, not hype. Forget viral, forget flashy. Track your real wins. Chapters written, hours practiced, deals made, habits kept. That's the scoreboard that matters. Boring today, brilliant tomorrow. Do the work in silence. Let your results be the noise. Don't chase dopamine, because the ones who grind when it's hard, dull, or quiet are the ones who shine the brightest when it's time. Chapter 52. Stay calm in the chaos. Success isn't about avoiding chaos. It's about staying calm inside it. Life will test you. There will be pressure, noise, setbacks, and storms. But the genius achiever doesn't panic. They don't fold. They don't react. They respond. Because real power comes from presence. And real success is built by those who stay grounded when others lose control. Chaos reveals character. Anyone can look confident when things are going well. But the truth shows up when plans fall apart, emotions run high, time runs out, pressure kicks in. Chaos is a mirror. It reflects your training, your mindset, and your inner world. The more you train your inner calm, the more unshakable you become. Genius achievers master inner peace. At Genius Achievers, we don't just build wealth or success. We build resilience. Here's how we stay calm in the storm. 1. Breathe first, act second. In chaos, the fastest way to clarity is through the breath. Slow inhale, slow exhale. Reset your nervous system. Regain control. 2. Detach from emotion. Return to mission. Ask, what does this moment require from me? Not from fear, but from leadership. 3. Zoom out to regain perspective. Will this matter in 5 days, 5 months, 5 years? Most problems shrink when you change the lens. 4. Rely on ritual, not reaction. Chaos makes you want to abandon your routines. That's when you double down on them. Habits are your anchor. Calm is a competitive advantage. While others spiral, stall, or self-sabotage, you move with clarity, focus, and direction. Your calm becomes your edge. Your presence becomes your power. And your ability to stand still in a storm, that's what makes you a true leader. Your calendar is not just a list of events. It's a mirror of your priorities, your energy, and your vision. If you don't control your schedule, someone else will. And if you don't guard your time, the world will steal it, hour by hour, distraction by distraction. Genius achievers don't just plan their day, they own it, with clarity, intention, and ruthless focus. Time is the ultimate equalizer. Everyone has 24 hours, but not everyone uses them the same. Most people react all day, say yes to everything, let their phone dictate their flow. Start with low-value tasks. Wonder where their day went. Genius achievers protect their peak hours. Time block their mission-critical work. Build margin, not madness. Treat their calendar like sacred territory, because how you spend your time is how you spend your life. The Genius Achiever Time Mastery Method. Here's how we stay in control. 1. Plan your day the night before the world wakes up. You already know what matters. Write down your 1 to 3 most important outcomes for tomorrow. 2. Time block everything that matters. Don't just intend to do something. Schedule it, like it's a non-negotiable meeting with your future. 3. Use the 80-20 rule. 80% of your results come from 20% of your actions. Prioritize those first. Protect them with boundaries. 4. Build in recovery and margin. Back-to-back tasks drain clarity. Rest is not weakness, it's strategy. 5. Say no to calendar clutter. If it doesn't align with your mission, energy, or vision, it doesn't go on the calendar. Your calendar is a reflection of who you're becoming. Own your time. Own your future. When you run your calendar, you run your results. You're no longer reacting. You're designing your life hour by hour. No more busy work, only brilliant work, built with intention, backed by action. Chapter 54. Learn from masters, not the crowd. If you listen to average voices, you'll live an average life. But if you want extraordinary results, you must learn from extraordinary minds. The crowd will tell you to fit in. The masters will teach you how to stand out. At Genius Achievers, we don't take advice from the loudest voices. We study the ones who have walked the path, paid the price, and built the life most only dream of. A master is anyone who has achieved meaningful, repeatable results. Built something with consistency and discipline. Failed, learned, and kept rising. Earned the right to teach through experience, not just opinion. They could be a legendary entrepreneur, a world-class coach, a mentor with battle scars, a humble expert who shows you the way, not just tells you. Why most people get stuck listening to the wrong voices. The internet is full of noise. Social media is full of highlight reels and hype. Too many people take advice from people who've never built anything. Trust opinions instead of results. Confuse popularity with credibility. You need clarity, not clutter. You need wisdom, not noise. How genius achievers learn from the right sources. 1. Study proven paths. Don't reinvent the wheel. Model those who've done it well, then adapt it with your own voice. 2. Get in the room. Join communities where the standard is high. 3. Learn actively, not passively. Take notes, ask questions, apply immediately. Learning without implementation is entertainment. 4. Cut out the crowdsourcing. Stop asking everyone what they think. Ask the right person who's already done it. Greatness leaves clues. Success isn't random. It's a pattern, a process, a set of principles. Masters leave behind maps. Follow the map, and you'll find the gold. Chapter 55, Read daily to reinvent yourself. If you want to change your life, change what goes into your mind. And one of the most powerful ways to do that? Read. Every single day. Books are time machines. They collapse decades into days. They let you borrow brilliance, adopt new beliefs, and build a better version of yourself, one page at a time. At Genius Achievers, we don't just read to feel smart. We read to become strong. Readers are leaders. The most successful people in the world share one habit. Warren Buffett reads for hours daily. Elon Musk learned rocket science through books. Oprah Winfrey calls reading her path to freedom. They don't just consume, they transform. Books don't change your life. Books change you, and you change your life. Why reading matters more than ever. We live in a distracted world. Short videos, shallow opinions, quick dopamine hits. But reading builds focus, patience, critical thinking, vision. Reading strengthens your mental discipline, the same muscle that drives success. How Genius Achievers read with purpose. 1. Set a daily reading goal, even 10 pages a day, equal to 18 plus books a year. Small habit, massive compound effect. 2. Choose books that build you. Read what aligns with your mission, personal growth, finance, leadership, mindset, sales, spiritual growth. 3. Highlight and review. Don't just read, engage. Underline ideas. Take notes. Revisit often. 4. Apply what you learn. After every book, ask, what's one action I can take from this? Learning without action is just entertainment. But learning with execution, that's evolution. A book a day keeps limitations away. You are not limited by your background. You are limited by your thinking. And books are tools to upgrade that thinking, so you can upgrade your life. Chapter 56. Think big, start small, move fast. Big dreams don't require big starts. They require bold vision, simple steps, and quick action. Genius achievers understand that thinking big isn't about ego, it's about impact. But they also know the secret. Dream big, start small, move fast. Because success loves speed. Not recklessness, but decisive, focused momentum. Why thinking big matters? Thinking small keeps you safe. But it also keeps you stuck. When you think big, you expand your possibilities, increase your courage, inspire others, build legacy, not just income. Small thinking builds survival. Start small, the power of tiny wins. Start with what you have, right here, right now. You don't need more money, more connections, more qualifications. You need movement. One email, one post, one client, one page, one offer, one bold start. Move fast. Action creates clarity. Most people overthink. They wait for perfect timing. They stall in fear and call it planning. But genius achievers move fast. They launch before they feel ready, test before they overbuild, fail quickly, learn quicker. Make decisions with speed, then adapt. Speed kills doubt. Motion defeats fear. The Genius Achiever Method. 1. Start with a big vision. Where do you want to go in 3 to 5 years? What would success really look like? 2. Shrink it to your first step. What can you do today to move 1% closer? 3. Take imperfect action immediately. Done is better than perfect. Launch, adjust, learn. Stack momentum. Every small win builds confidence. Confidence builds courage. Courage builds legacy. Chapter 57. Turn pain into power. Everyone has pain. Pain is proof that you care enough to grow. If you can learn to turn your struggles into strength, your past into purpose, your wounds into wisdom, then nothing can stop you. Pain is a wake-up call. Pain isn't here to destroy you. It's here to teach you, redirect you, and toughen you. It might come from failure, rejection, loss, betrayal, setbacks. But behind every painful moment is a lesson, and inside every lesson is the seed of a comeback. Genius achievers don't waste their pain. We don't pretend pain doesn't hurt. We feel it, we face it, then we rise. Here's how. 1. Own it, don't run. Don't numb it. Sit with it. Write about it. Pain ignored is pain prolonged. 2. Find the lesson. Ask, what is this pain teaching me? What did this experience awaken in me? How can I use this to grow, lead, or serve? 3. Turn it into a mission. Some of the most powerful brands, books, and businesses were born from pain. Make your pain your platform. Speak from it. Build from it. Help others through what nearly broke you. 4. Use pain as drive. Let it push you, not paralyze you. Let it sharpen your focus. Let it remind you what matters. Pain is proof you're still in the fight. You've survived 100% of your hardest days. Your scars are not signs of weakness, they're badges of endurance. Every genius achiever has walked through darkness. But they didn't stop there. They used it. They learned from it. They rose higher than before, and so will you. Chapter 58. Be obsessed with progress, not perfection. Perfection is the enemy of progress. It looks shiny. It sounds noble. But underneath it, genius achievers aren't perfect. They're relentlessly consistent. They focus on getting better, not getting everything right. Because success doesn't require flawless execution. It requires forward motion every single day. Why perfection kills momentum? Perfectionism will delay your launch, silence your creativity, keep you stuck in analysis, make you doubt your worth, leave your dreams trapped in your head. And the worst part? You'll call it standards or waiting for the right time, but in truth, it's fear of being judged, fear of failure, or fear of not being enough. Progress is where the power lives. At Genius Achievers, we believe done is better than perfect. Version 1 is better than version none. Progress means hitting publish even if it's not polished, showing up even if you feel off, taking messy action while others wait, because every master was once a messy beginner who just kept moving. The Genius Achiever's Progress Plan. 1. Embrace imperfect action. Ask, what can I do today that moves the needle, even if it's messy? 2. Measure backward, not forward. Don't compare yourself to where you want to be. Compare yourself to where you were yesterday. 3. Celebrate micro wins. Did you follow your habit? Did you show up with courage? That's a win. Own it. 4. Build publicly. Let people witness your growth. Start raw. Evolve in real time. Authenticity wins more than polish. Progress builds confidence. Perfection builds pressure. The goal isn't to impress, it's to improve, to learn. Before you can lead others, you must first lead yourself. Genius achievers don't wait for permission. They don't look for outside motivation. They build internal leadership, the kind that guides, disciplines, and elevates from within. Because the hardest person you'll ever lead is you. Why self-leadership matters. Keep promises to yourself. Manage your emotions. Stick to your goals. Direct your own energy. How can you expect to lead a team, a family, a business, or a movement? Self-leadership builds trust in yourself, and self-trust is the foundation of all personal greatness. Signs of strong self-leadership. You do the work whether someone's watching or not. You make decisions aligned with your values. You own your results, good or bad. You prioritize growth over comfort. You follow through, even on the tough days. The Genius Achiever's Self-Leadership Playbook. 1. Set the standard for yourself. Don't wait for rules. Create your own code. How do you wake up? How do you act when no one's looking? 2. Take full ownership. Excuses don't live here. You are 100% responsible for how you respond to anything. 3. Direct your state before you start. Leadership begins with emotional regulation. Feel the fear, but act anyway. Feel the doubt, but speak with confidence. Feel the fatigue, but move with purpose. 4. Be your own coach. Encourage yourself. Correct yourself. Push yourself. Lead from the inside out. Your outer life reflects your inner leadership. Want more success, more money, more influence? Don't start with a new strategy. Start with stronger self-leadership, because when you lead yourself well, others will naturally follow. Big success is built with a long-term vision and short-term action. Genius achievers don't just chase quick wins. They zoom out, think long, and then zoom in, executing every day with discipline and urgency. The dream is big. The plan is steady. The action is immediate. What feels good now? How can I win this week? How do I look successful today? They chase comfort, not commitment. They want results today, but aren't building for tomorrow. Short-term minds quit early. Long-term minds keep climbing, even when no one's watching. Think in decades. See the bigger picture. Ask yourself, who do I want to become in 10 years? What legacy am I building? What's the ripple effect of my work, habits, and words? When you think in decades, you make wiser decisions. Avoid unnecessary drama. Stay focused on the mission. Build deep roots, not shallow wins. Act in days, win today, repeat tomorrow. Don't just think long, move short. The secret? You don't need to crush it for 10 years. You need to crush it today and repeat. What can you? Start today, ship today, solve today, stick to today. When you win the day, you stack those wins into unstoppable momentum. The Genius Achiever Balance. We hold vision and velocity together. We dream in decades. We execute in 24-hour sprints. We never let the big goal distract us from today's mission. Your future is built in today's decisions. You're not just passing time. You're planting legacy, one day at a time, one disciplined decision at a time. Because when you think in decades but act in days, you become dangerous, become unshakable. Your potential is powered by energy. Protect it fiercely. Because whatever drains you, steals focus, dulls passion, and delays destiny. Genius achievers don't just pursue what inspires them. They ruthlessly remove what exhausts them. If you want to think and grow rich, learn this rule. Subtraction fuels acceleration. Energy leaks cost you everything. An energy leak is anything that leaves you mentally foggy or emotionally flat, distracts you from priorities, creates constant low-grade stress, makes you feel smaller after every interaction left unchecked. Leaks become silent saboteurs, hours lost, creativity dulled, confidence eroded. Plug them, and you unlock hidden horsepower. Identify the drains. Grab a notebook and list your top drains in 3 areas. 1. People. Chronic complainers. Time stealers with no reciprocity. Toxic influences that mock your vision. 2. Environments. Cluttered spaces that signal chaos. Digital noise, notifications, endless feeds. Energy-sapping workplaces or social circles. 3. Habits. Poor sleep and nutrition. Scrolling rabbit holes. Procrastination disguised as research. Awareness is step 1, action is step 2. Genius Achiever Detox Protocol. 1. Audit weekly. Ask every Sunday, what drained me last week? What fueled me? Keep the fuel, cut the drain. 2. Set boundaries, not excuses. Say no decisively. Limit access. Turn off notifications. Schedule focus windows where interruption is impossible. Clean your workspace. Curate your digital feeds. 4. Replace drains with gains. Swap gossip for growth podcasts. Swap junk food for real fuel. Swap late-night scrolling for restorative sleep. 5. Protect your morning and evening bookend, the day with habits that charge you, gratitude, movement, reflection. Zero drains allowed in these sacred hours. Remember, subtract to multiply. Every drain you eliminate restores attention, boosts creativity, amplifies execution, accelerates results. Subtraction isn't loss, it's leverage. Chapter 62. Invest in assets, not liabilities. If you want to grow rich in life, in business, in mindset, you must know this rule. Assets feed your future. Liabilities drain it. Genius achievers are not just disciplined in what they do, they're disciplined in what they invest in. And this goes far beyond money. It's about your time, energy, relationships, habits, and mindset. Everything you invest in is either building your wealth, your wisdom, and your well-being, or it's quietly subtracting from it. What is an asset? An asset is anything that increases in value over time, works for you even when you're not working, builds momentum, security, freedom, or growth in life. Assets include knowledge, your brand or reputation, systems that scale, relationships that empower, habits that generate energy and results. What is a liability? A liability is anything that costs you more than it gives back, feels good now but steals long-term value, creates stress, clutter, or financial drain. This includes impulse purchases, time-wasting apps, negative self-talk, drama-based friendships. Genius achievers build asset-focused lives. Here's how we make sure every investment multiplies. 1. Invest in learning. Books, mentors, courses, experiences, these don't cost. They compound your earning and understanding. 3. Invest in health. Your body is the first home for your goals. Sleep, food, fitness, non-negotiables for high performance. 4. Invest in skills, not just stuff. Learn skills that solve problems, serve people, and scale value. Skills buy freedom. Stuff buys dust. 5. Eliminate liabilities ruthlessly. Audit your spending, screen time, energy leaks. Shift your mindset. You are an asset. The most powerful investment? You. You are the brand. You are the engine. You are the system. Treat yourself accordingly. If your success depends on you showing up every single time, you don't own a business or a life. You own a job. Genius achievers don't just hustle. They build systems, so their energy, time, and ideas multiply without being trapped in a loop of constant effort. Hustle builds income. Systems build freedom. Freedom is the real goal, and systems make freedom scalable. Why systems matter? A system is anything that repeats without needing constant decision-making, runs while you sleep, rest, or travel, saves you time, energy, and willpower, delivers consistent, measurable results. In short, systems are how smart people stop being busy and start building empires. Without systems, you burn out, repeating the same tasks daily, feeling overwhelmed managing everything, constantly reacting instead of creating. You don't have a workload problem. You have a systems problem, where genius achievers build systems. 1. Time management systems. Calendar blocks, morning, evening routines, weekly planning rituals, so each day starts with direction, not distraction. 2. Money systems, automatic savings and investments, budgeting tools, passive income streams. Let your money work harder than you do. Health systems, meal prep, workout schedules, digital detox times, because energy isn't optional, it's foundational. 4. Business and content systems, email templates, repurposed content, automated tools, CRMs, schedulers, funnels, so you can scale with sanity. Build it once, use it forever. You don't need to work harder. You need to work once and let the system keep working. Whether it's a daily checklist, a client onboarding flow, a content calendar, an auto-response email series. If it saves you time and protects your peace, it's worth building. Scale requires structure. Genius achievers know. The bigger the vision, the tighter the system, because systems don't restrict your freedom. They protect it. What gets measured gets mastered. What gets tracked gets transformed. Genius achievers don't rely on guesswork or memory. They track their habits, their growth, and their results. Because feedback is fuel. If you're not tracking it, you're not growing it. Data gives you clarity. Clarity gives you control. Control gives you the power to win, again and again. Why most people don't improve. Hope things will change. Repeat the same actions blindly. Avoid numbers because they fear the truth. Don't know what's working or what's not, but what you don't track will eventually become what you regret. Tracking brings awareness. You can't change what you ignore. Tracking makes the invisible visible. It helps you spot patterns, adjust faster, celebrate small wins, stay consistent when motivation fades. The Genius Achiever Tracking Blueprint. 1. Track 3 key areas daily. Mindset. Did I feed my mind with growth today? Did I stay focused and positive? Actions. What did I do that moved me closer to my goal? What did I delay or avoid? Results. What wins did I get? Where can I improve? 2. Use a simple system. A journal, a habit tracker, a spreadsheet, an app, even your phone's notes. Don't overcomplicate it, just stay consistent. 3. Weekly reflection. Ask, what worked this week? What didn't? What will I change next week? This turns every week into a lesson, and every lesson into a leap. Set measurable goals. Don't say, I want to grow. Say, I will gain 100 subscribers this week. Tracking builds confidence. When you track your journey, you stop second-guessing yourself. You see how far you've come. You create undeniable proof that you're progressing, and that progress becomes momentum. Chapter 65. Design a life you don't need a vacation from. If you're always dreaming about escaping your life, it's time to start redesigning it. Genius achievers don't just work for the weekend. They don't just hustle to escape the hustle. They build a life they love living, one that energizes, fulfills, and inspires them every day. Don't build a life that looks good on the outside but feels empty on the inside. Escape is a signal. If you constantly dread Mondays, live for Fridays, only feel alive on vacation, spend most of your time in autopilot, then your soul is sending you a message this life wasn't designed for your greatness. A life where you do meaningful work that lights you up. You spend time with people who lift you higher. Your days align with your values, not just your obligations. You feel progress, peace, and purpose daily. It's not about luxury. It's about alignment. The Genius Achiever Life Design Formula. 1. Define what rich means to you. Is it freedom, time with family, creative flow, purposeful work? Get clear. Because without clarity, you'll chase someone else's version of success. 2. Design your ideal day. Close your eyes and ask, how do I want to wake up? Who am I surrounded by? What am I creating? How do I end my day? Reverse engineer your life around that vision. 3. Build daily habits that reflect it. You don't need to quit everything tomorrow. You need to start acting like the person who lives that life today. Create one habit at a time that pulls you closer to your designed reality. 4. Remove what doesn't belong. If it drains you, delete it. If it distracts you, distance it. If it no longer fits the life you're building, it's time to let it go. 5. Be the architect, not the passenger. Stop waiting for permission. You are the author of your life. Design with boldness. Live with intention. A life you love is the ultimate success. Success isn't just about building wealth. It's about building a life that feels free, full, and fully yours. When your everyday life feels like a reward, you've already won. Chapter 66. Align your identity with your vision. You can't outgrow your identity. You can't outperform the story you keep telling yourself about who you are. If your self-image is stuck in the past, your success will stay there too. Genius achievers. Understand this truth. You don't get what you want. You get who you are. To achieve a bold vision, you must become the kind of person who naturally attracts and sustains that vision. You must think it, act it, live it. Now, identity shapes behavior. Who you believe you are determines how you show up, what you tolerate, what you chase, what you walk away from, what you believe is possible for you. If you see yourself as average, you'll settle. If you see yourself as disciplined, you'll act with purpose. Identity is the thermostat of your life. It sets the temperature for everything. The real problem isn't the goal, it's the gap. If your vision says, I want to build $1 million business, but your identity says, I'm just trying to get by, that conflict will sabotage your momentum. Not because you can't do it, but because your identity hasn't caught up with your vision. The Genius Achiever Alignment Method. 1. Ask, who do I need to become? To reach your vision, who do you need to be daily? How does that version of you think, speak, dress, act when no one is watching? Write it out. Embody it. 2. Upgrade your language. Stop saying, I'm trying, I hope, maybe one day. Start saying, I am becoming, this is who I am. I show up as words shape identity. Identity shapes action. Build habits that reinforce who you are. Don't say, I need to read. Say, I'm a reader. Don't say, I need to sell. Say, I'm a creator who adds value daily. 4. Visualize the future you. Now see yourself as already there. Live like it now. Feel the pride, the clarity, the confidence of the you who already made it. Then show up like that version today. You become what you believe. When your identity and vision match, your results will multiply. There's no more resistance, no more self-doubt, only alignment, action, and ascension. Chapter 67. Build relationships that multiply your mission. Success is never a solo journey. Behind every genius achiever is a network of thinkers, builders, believers, and givers, not just financially, but mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far and stay there, go together. Why relationships matter more than ever. You don't just need more skills. You need the right people in your circle to challenge your thinking, expand your vision, open the right doors, protect your energy, keep you accountable when momentum fades. You rise to the level of your environment, and that starts with who surrounds you. Genius achievers don't network. They build. They don't collect contacts. They build connection. They build relationships that multiply their mission, elevate their execution, amplify their impact. The Relationship Multiplication Framework. 1. Know what you bring. Be the kind of person who brings ideas, encouragement, resources, integrity. People open doors for those who open value first. 2. Find rooms that stretch you. Get around people who are further along the path, bold in their ambition, humble in their discipline, focused on results, not just noise. Join masterminds, attend events, show up with intention. 3. Nourish relationships. Regularly, success is built in follow-up. Send a message, share a win, recommend a resource. Keep the connection warm, not just convenient. 4. Protect your circle. Not everyone deserves a front row seat in your life. If they drain your energy, dull your focus, or downplay your dreams, it's time to love them from afar. 5. Collaborate. Don't compete. There's more than enough to go around. Collaboration unlocks scale, speed, and synergy. You can go further when you're not trying to go alone. Relationships build legacy. At the end of your journey, it won't be just about how much you made. Chapter 68. Discipline is the way forward. Forget hacks. Forget luck. Forget waiting for motivation. If you want lasting success, there is only one proven shortcut. Discipline turns ideas into income. Discipline turns intentions into impact. Discipline is the bridge between dreams and reality. Every genius achiever understands this universal truth. What you do daily determines what you become permanently. Why most people avoid discipline? They think it's boring, restrictive, too hard, not fun. But here's the truth. Discipline isn't punishment. It's power. It's the superpower that makes you show up when it's inconvenient. Stick to the plan when no one's watching. Do the hard thing when it matters most. Motivation is unreliable. Discipline is unstoppable. Motivation comes and goes. Discipline stays. You won't always feel like writing the plan, making the call, showing up to the gym, keeping the routine. But you do it anyway, because discipline doesn't care how you feel. It cares about who you're becoming. The Genius Achiever Discipline Framework. 1. Decide once, execute daily. Make a decision once. I go to the gym every morning. I publish one video every week. Then remove emotion. Just follow the system. 2. Set non-negotiables. Choose 2 to 3 key behaviors that happen no matter what. Rain or shine, busy or not, tired or fresh. These become the anchors of your identity. 3. Delay pleasure, not purpose. Trade short-term comfort for long-term pride. You don't need it now. You'll learn more later. 4. Track your streaks. There's power in keeping a chain going. Mark the wins. See the progress. Let momentum push you forward. 5. Fall in love with repetition. Masters don't rise because they do flashy things. They rise because they do simple things. Discipline is boring to the undisciplined, but it's beautiful to those who've tasted its results. Discipline gives you true freedom. Most people think freedom is doing whatever they want, but that's not freedom. That's chaos. Real freedom is the ability to live with intention, clarity, and power. Because you've done the work, you've built the system. You've become the kind of person who doesn't rely on willpower. You rely on identity. Chapter 69. Master one thing before chasing everything. In a world full of distractions, the most valuable skill is focus. And the most successful people? They master one thing before they try to master everything. Chase 2 rabbits and you'll catch none. Ancient proverb. Genius achievers know this. Depth beats width. Clarity beats chaos. Mastery beats multitasking. Why most never succeed they? Jump from idea to idea. Quit before results show. Want instant rewards from shallow effort. Confuse motion with momentum, they dabble in everything. And master nothing. But success doesn't come from dabbling. It comes from going deep, long enough to dominate. The power of mastery. When you master one skill, one craft, or one message, you build confidence. You become known. You attract opportunities. You unlock leverage. Mastery compounds. Because you're known for something. The Genius Achiever Mastery Method. 1. Choose your one thing. What can I get world class at? What energizes me even when it's hard? What solves a valuable problem in the world? Start there. Commit. Decide that this is your lane, for now. 2. Cut the noise. Say no to shiny new ideas, unaligned distractions, things that pull you in 10 directions. You don't need more to-dos. You need more to-don'ts. 3. Obsess over improvement. Study it. Practice it. Refine it. Track your results. Get feedback. Ask, how can I do this better than 99% of people? Mastery comes from intentional repetition, not just time. 4. Stick through the boring phase. Boredom. Doubt. That's where most people quit. Genius achievers keep going. They know breakthroughs come right after boredom. 5. Expand after you master once your one thing starts flowing. Automated, profitable, polished. Then explore new things, but only when the first thing can stand on its own. One mastery opens many doors. When you go deep, people come to you. You build credibility. You develop transferable skills. You create freedom on your terms. Because you weren't everywhere, you became exceptional somewhere. Chapter 70. Fail fast, learn faster. Failure isn't your enemy. Fear of failure is. Genius achievers don't run from failure. They run through it and come out stronger, wiser, and more dangerous than ever. The faster you fail, the faster you grow. If you're not failing at something, you're not doing anything bold enough to grow you. The truth about failure. Failure isn't final. Failure isn't personal. Failure isn't proof you're not good enough. It's proof that you're in motion, that you're pushing the edge, that you're on the front lines of growth. Every success story, it's built on chapters of failure, followed by relentless learning. Why most people stay stuck. They wait until it's perfect. They fear looking foolish. They quit after one setback. The Genius Achiever Failure Formula. 1. Normalize it. Means you're building something real. Expect it. Accept it. Use it. 2. Speed it up. Don't drag failure out. Launch fast. Test fast. Adjust fast. Perfection is procrastination in disguise. 3. Extract the lesson. Ask, what did I learn? What worked, even a little? What will I never repeat? Write it down. Document your losses as education. 4. Apply immediately. Knowledge doesn't change you, applied knowledge does. Use what you learned fast. Turn the stumble into a step. 5. Share the journey. Failure makes you human. Sharing how you bounce back makes you a leader. People respect honesty. They follow resilience. Let your failure be someone else's permission to rise. Failures are not setbacks, they're setups. Every time you fall, you rise with new data. Every time you're rejected, you're redirected to something better. Every failure is fertilizer for your future success. Genius achievers aren't fearless. They're failure tolerant. Chapter 71. Rule your emotions, or they'll rule you. The most dangerous thing you can do? Let temporary emotions make permanent decisions. They feel, but don't fold. They observe, but don't obey. They express, but don't explode. Emotional mastery isn't about avoiding emotions. It's about staying in charge no matter what you feel. Emotions are messengers, not masters. Emotions are data, not directions. They inform you, but they shouldn't drive you. Left unchecked, emotions can hijack your focus, wreck your discipline, kill your confidence, ruin relationships, derail long-term vision with short-term reactions. If you want to grow rich in life, money, and mindset, you must become emotionally intelligent. Emotional triggers that sabotage success. Frustration, quitting when results are slow. Fear, avoiding risk and staying small. The Genius Achiever Emotional Mastery Model. 1. Name it to tame it. When emotion rises, don't run, label it. Say, I feel anxious, not I am anxious. This shifts you from reaction to reflection. 2. Breathe before you act. One deep breath gives your higher mind time to catch up. Emotions are waves. Don't surf the first one that hits. 3. Ask, what's the signal? Is this emotion showing me a boundary to set, a wound to heal, a lesson to learn? Every emotion has a message. Learn the language. 4. Create your calm rituals. Routines like meditation, journaling, deep work blocks, or nature walks help regulate emotions before they erupt. Your peace is your power. Protect it with intention. 5. Choose the response, not the reaction. You can't control everything that happens, but you always control how you respond. In every moment, you have a choice. Let emotion lead, or let wisdom lead. Let pain speak, or let purpose speak. Lead yourself first. The world doesn't need more reactive people. It needs emotionally stable leaders, calm in chaos, grounded in storms, focused in fire. That's who genius achievers are. Chapter 72. Clarity creates confidence. Confusion kills momentum. Doubt delays decisions. Uncertainty keeps people stuck in circles. Clarity cuts through the noise. It builds direction. It sharpens your focus. And it creates unstoppable confidence. The clearer you are, the bolder you move. Genius achievers don't guess their way forward. Confidence is a byproduct of clarity. It's not inherited. It's earned through understanding who you are, what you want, why it matters, where you're going. and what you're willing to do about it. When your mind is clear, your mission becomes magnetic. Why most people stay unclear. They try to please everyone, avoid hard questions, fear making the wrong choice, let their emotions dictate their direction. Stay busy instead of staying aligned. They confuse activity with progress, and progress without clarity is just exhaustion. The Genius Achiever Clarity Process. 1. Get still. Get quiet. Go inward. You can't get clear in constant noise. Journal. Meditate. Reflect. Ask, what do I really want right now? 2. Define your vision in simple terms. Don't write a paragraph. Write a sentence. I help people grow through simple truths. I build a freedom-based business from my passion. I live with peace, purpose, and prosperity. If you can't say it clearly, you can't live it confidently. 3. Clarify your why. Why does this matter? Purpose gives power to your path. A clear why makes it easier to endure the how. 4. Cut what doesn't fit. Clarity is subtraction. What are you doing that doesn't align with your goals? What habits, people, or tasks are stealing your focus? When you remove the clutter, confidence rises. 5. Check in weekly. Clarity isn't a one-time download, it's a weekly habit. Every Sunday, ask, what's working? What feels off? What do I need to realign? Keep your mission clean and your mind focused. When you're clear, you speak with conviction. You act without hesitation. You attract aligned opportunities. You build momentum faster than ever. Clarity makes you dangerous in the best way possible. You don't need to make a giant leap. You just need to take the next right step. Genius achievers don't wait for perfect timing or dramatic breakthroughs. They stack small wins every single day until momentum becomes unbreakable. Massive success is built through tiny victories repeated consistently. Why small wins matter? Small wins build belief, create momentum, rewire your brain for progress, reduce overwhelm, build habits that last. Every small win is a vote for your future self. And when you stack enough votes, success becomes inevitable. Most people stay stuck because they aim too big, too soon. They try to change everything in a week, overhaul their life in 24 hours, go from 0 to 100 without building the foundation. Then they crash, burn out, quit, not because they lack talent, but because they skip the power of progress. The Genius Achiever's small win strategy. 1. Focus on one win per day. Don't try to crush everything. Just ask, what's one win I can create today that moves me forward? That win might be sending one important email, completing one focused workout, writing one page of your book, practicing 1 minute of mindfulness. It's not about how big, it's about being in motion. 2. Track the win. Use a journal, app, or simple checklist. Why? Because seeing progress fuels more progress. 3. Celebrate it. Say it out loud. That was a win. I showed up. I'm becoming the person I said I'd be. Celebration wires your brain to seek more of that success. 4. Build on it tomorrow. Small wins are stepping stones. Each one becomes the foundation for the next. Over time, what once felt small becomes your new standard. 5. Don't break the chain. Progress doesn't need to be loud. It just needs to be daily. Tiny steps. Tremendous change. When you shift your identity around small wins, you trust yourself again. You feel in control. You stop waiting to feel ready. You build long-term, lasting success. Chapter 74. Time is your greatest investment. Money lost can be earned again. Energy drained can be restored. Once it's spent, it's gone forever. Genius achievers don't just manage time. They invest it with precision, purpose, and power. Because how you spend your time is how you build your future. Time is the ultimate equalizer. We all get the same 24 hours. The difference between ordinary and extraordinary, how those hours are used. Wasted time destroys momentum, erodes confidence, builds regret. Invested time builds mastery, creates freedom, compounds success. Why most people waste time. They say yes to everything. They scroll to escape. They confuse busy with productive. They don't plan their day. They don't protect their focus. Time isn't just slipping away, it's being given away. The Genius Achiever Time Investment Strategy. 1. Treat time like money. Ask yourself, is this a high-return activity? Is this urgent or just loud? Will this move me closer to my vision? Stop spending time. Start investing it. 2. Plan the day before it starts. Success doesn't happen by accident. Plan your day before it begins. Set 1 to 3 high-priority outcomes. Protect your peak energy hours for deep work. 3. Time block your mission. Don't just hope to find time, block it. Create dedicated time for creation, learning, health, relationships, rest. If it matters, it deserves a place on your calendar. 4. Audit where your time goes. Track your time for 3 days. What patterns do you see? Awareness leads to alignment. 5. Protect your peace. Time isn't just about productivity, it's about presence. If something drains your energy but adds no value, it's too expensive. You don't need to do more. You need to do what matters. Better. Time compounds. Just like money, time invested wisely grows. 1 hour a day reading equal to expert in a year. 30 minutes a day training equal to a new body in months. 15 minutes a day building equal to a business in motion. The small, smart investments, daily, change everything. Chapter 75. Become obsessed with personal growth. Success isn't something you chase, it's something you grow into. Your results will never outgrow your mindset. Your income will never exceed your identity. Your life will never rise above your standards. Genius achievers don't wait to grow, they live in growth mode. They read, reflect, apply. They feed their mind like an athlete feeds their body, because they know personal growth is non-negotiable. Why growth must come first? If you want a better business, a healthier body, a stronger relationship, a more confident version of yourself, then it starts inside. Growth is the root. Everything else is the fruit. The trap of plateaued people. Most people stop growing after school. They get a job, settle into routines, and stay the same for decades. They coast on comfort and avoid anything that stretches them. But genius achievers? They chase discomfort. They seek edges. They ask better questions. The Genius Achiever Growth Blueprint. 1. Read every day. Books are condensed decades of wisdom. Even 10 pages a day rewires your thinking over time. Learn from entrepreneurs, thinkers, stoics, scientists, philosophers, people who failed and came back stronger. 2. Reflect weekly. Growth without reflection becomes noise. Ask, what did I learn this week? Where did I win? What needs work? How will I apply this next week? This turns growth into wisdom. 3. Surround yourself with growth-minded people. Environment is everything. Be around people who stretch your thinking, challenge your excuses, celebrate your growth, speak possibility, not limitation. 4. Invest in growth experiences, courses, coaching, events, mentorships. The return is exponential. Don't say, I can't afford to grow. Say, I can't afford not to grow. 5. Track your growth wins. Keep a journal or note titled, Proof I'm Growing. Every week, add something, a new skill, a fear you faced, a mindset shift, a lesson you didn't repeat. Let your growth compound on paper. Growth is the real wealth houses can break. Jobs can change. Markets can crash. But who you become, that's untouchable. The real asset is your mind. Feed it, stretch it, challenge it, every single day. Chapter 76. Find a mission bigger than money. Money is a powerful tool, but purpose is the ultimate fuel. Genius achievers don't just chase cash. They pursue a calling. Because when your mission is bigger than money, you wake up with fire even on the hard days. Purpose outperforms profit. When you serve something greater than yourself, success finds you faster. Why money alone isn't enough. If your only goal is money, you will Burn out when it gets hard. Compromise your values. Settle for quick wins over lasting legacy. Feel empty after hitting the target. Money is a milestone nut. The meaning. You must build wealth with purpose, or you'll be rich but restless. The Genius Achiever Purpose Formula. 1. Ask what breaks my heart or fires me up. Purpose lives at the intersection of what angers you, what needs to change, what inspires you, what lights you up, what you're good at, where you add value. Your pain often points to your purpose. 2. Solve a real problem. The world doesn't need more noise. It needs more people solving real problems with passion and persistence. Ask, what problem am I willing to wake up for every day? When your mission helps others rise, your own success multiplies. 3. Define your legacy early. You don't wait until the end to think about impact. You start now. What do you want to be remembered for? Who do you want to lift as you climb? Think beyond goals. Think about generational influence. 4. Say no to what's not aligned if it's not tied to your mission. It's a distraction, even if it looks good. Clarity of mission brings freedom from confusion. 5. Let purpose pull you through the storm. On the days you feel tired, on the days you doubt yourself, on the days nothing's working, it won't be money that keeps you going. It'll be mission. Build with purpose, and profit follows. Your mission attracts the right people. Your mission creates momentum that marketing alone can't buy. Your mission turns your work into worship, into something sacred. That's how genius achievers create movements, not just income. Chapter 77. Complexity kills progress. Keep it simple. Success isn't complicated, but most people overthink it, overplan it, and overwhelm themselves out of action. Genius achievers don't chase complexity. Simple scales, complex fails. The more complex your approach, the more likely you are to procrastinate, burn out, get distracted, give up. But simplicity, it drives execution, speed, and lasting momentum. Why we overcomplicate everything? We confuse busy with productive. We try to please everyone. We believe success must be hard. We fear missing out on the perfect method. We lack clarity, so we add more instead of removing. But here's the truth. The more you simplify, the more you multiply. The Genius Achiever Simplicity System. 1. Focus on the few things that matter. You don't need 10 strategies. You need 1 to 3 things that move the needle, repeated with excellence. Ask daily, what are my top 3 needle movers today? 2. Use the 80-20th rule ruthlessly. 80% of your results come from 20% of your actions. Double down on that 20%. Eliminate or delegate the rest. Simplicity comes from knowing what matters most. 3. Build simple, repeatable systems. Success doesn't require genius. It requires consistency. Create routines and workflows that remove decision fatigue. Morning routine, content routine, sales process, learning schedule. Set it, repeat it, improve it. 4. Remove, then refine. Most people try to add. Genius achievers subtract, then simplify what remains. Every week ask, what can I eliminate? What's adding friction without adding value? 5. Make action frictionless. If it's too complicated to start, you won't start. Make starting easy. Shorter workouts, quicker content creation, clearer messaging, simple offers. Make doing the right thing effortless. Simplicity is a superpower. Your life and business are. You move faster, you feel calmer, you make better decisions. You create results without burning out. Simplicity isn't laziness, it's elegance. It's what happens when wisdom meets execution. You can have all the time in the world, but if your energy is drained, your time is wasted. Genius achievers know this secret. It's not just about how many hours you have. It's about the power you bring to those hours. Energy is the fuel behind productivity, focus, creativity, and consistency. If you manage your energy, you multiply your results without working longer. Why energy beats time. 1 hour at 100% energy, greater than 4 hours of scattered, drained effort. You make smarter decisions. You perform better under pressure. You stay more consistent over time. You feel more alive while building your dream times fixed. Energy is flexible and renewable. Why most people are drained: poor sleep, junk food and sugar crashes, no movement, constant phone notifications, toxic people, saying yes to everything, chasing goals they don't truly care about. They blame time. But time isn't the problem. Their energy leaks are. The Genius Achiever Energy Strategy. 1. Guard your mornings. Your morning sets the tone. Avoid phone distractions. Nourish your body. Move your body. Win the first hour, and you win the day. 2. Work in energy blocks. Use your peak energy windows for your highest impact work. For most people, this is the first 3 to 5 hours of the day. Don't waste that window scrolling or reacting. Create. 3. Move daily. Energy isn't found, it's generated. Move your body daily. Even 10 to 15 minutes of movement increases oxygen, focus, and clarity. 4. Fuel like a champion. What you eat isn't just about your body, it's about your brain. Eat real, whole foods. Hydrate like it's a job. Reduce sugar, processed carbs, and anything that fogs your mind. 5. Protect your mental energy. Unfollow negativity. Mute the noise. Say no more often. Protect your peace like it's your purpose, because it is. 6. Align with your purpose. Nothing drains energy faster than doing something that doesn't align with who you are. And nothing fuels you faster than working in flow on something that lights you up. Energy is your edge. The most successful people aren't the busiest, they're the most energized. Because energy gives you presence, power, and performance. Perfection is a lie that stops most people from starting. But genius achievers, they choose progress every single time. Done is better than perfect. The perfection trap. Perfection feeds procrastination, creates unrealistic pressure, kills creativity, delays decision-making, makes you afraid to fail. It's not a standard of excellence. It's a mask for fear of being judged, of failing, or of not being enough. Genius achievers take imperfect action. They launch before they're ready. They share before they feel qualified. They're not careless. They're committed to growth. Because growth comes from doing, not just dreaming. The Progress First Formula. 1. Redefine success as momentum. Instead of asking, "Is it perfect?" ask, "Is this moving me forward?" Even 1% progress daily leads to 100% transformation over time. 2. Celebrate imperfect wins. Progress isn't loud, it's layered. Write it down, track it, own it. 3. Accept that excellence comes through iteration. Great work is never born, it's built. One draft at a time, one messy rep at a time, one real effort at a time. Perfection is an illusion. Progress is the truth. 4. Use feedback as fuel, not failure. You don't get better by hiding. You grow by putting it out there, getting feedback, and applying it. Every genius achiever has scars. They wear them with pride. 5. Keep showing up. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be persistent. Consistency crushes perfection every time. Progress builds confidence. Every time you act, even imperfectly, you strengthen your identity. You build trust in yourself. You move closer to mastery. You separate yourself from the crowd that's still planning. Small wins compound. Small efforts add up. Keep moving. Keep growing. Keep going. Before every great achievement is a mental picture. Before you can live it, you must first see it. Genius achievers master this powerful truth. You can't create a life you haven't first imagined. Visualization isn't fantasy. It's mental rehearsal. It programs your mind, emotions, and actions toward the future you want to live. Olympians use it. CEOs use it. World-class performers use it. Why visualization works. Your brain can't tell the difference between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. That means your thoughts, when repeated and emotionally charged, become mental blueprints. When you visualize, You activate the reticular activating system, or RAS. You strengthen belief and focus. You reduce fear and uncertainty. You train your mind and body to perform with clarity. You become what you consistently picture. The Genius Achiever Visualization Routine. 1. Create a clear vision. Get specific. What does your ideal life look like? Where are you? Who are you with? What are you doing? How does it feel? Paint it in detail. The more vivid, the more powerful. 2. See it daily. Carve out 3 to 5 minutes each morning and evening to close your eyes and see your future. Feel it. Hear it. Step into it. Make your dream familiar so your brain starts working toward it automatically. 3. Add emotion. Don't just see the result. Feel it. Feel the joy, the power, the pride, the peace. Emotion makes the image magnetic. It turns an idea into a command to your subconscious. 4. Act like it's already real. When you act in alignment with your vision, you collapse the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Ask daily, what would the successful version of me do today? 5. Use visual triggers. Put your vision on your phone wallpaper. Create a vision board. Write your goals in present tense. Surround yourself with reminders of who you're becoming. See it until you become it. Everything you want is built twice. First in your mind, then in your reality. Genius achievers visualize with precision. They program their future before it arrives, because they know that clarity creates confidence and belief drives behavior. Chapter 81. Trust your inner voice. It's wiser than you think. There's a quiet voice inside you. It doesn't shout. It whispers. It's your intuition, and it's your most underrated superpower. Genius achievers don't just think, they feel what's right, because true success is both logical and intuitive. Logic builds the plan. Intuition chooses the path. It's the gut feeling before a big decision. It's the sense of this feels right or this feels off. It's that quiet tug pulling you toward a higher purpose or away from danger. And more often than not, it's spot on. Why most people ignore it? They're too busy to listen. They've been trained to doubt themselves. They fear making a wrong choice. They've been conditioned to follow the crowd, not their own compass. But here's the truth. Your inner voice has access to wisdom your conscious mind hasn't caught up to yet. The Genius Achiever Intuition Activation. 1. Get still enough to hear it. Your inner voice is always speaking. But are you quiet enough to listen? Practice daily silence, mindful walks, journaling, meditation. Stillness unlocks insight. 2. Notice what gives you energy. Intuition often shows up as curiosity, excitement, peace, flow, or even a deep knowing without explanation. If something energizes you, pay attention. That's your soul saying, more of this. 3. Watch for inner resistance. Sometimes intuition speaks through discomfort. This isn't aligned. That person's not for me. Don't say yes to this. Don't silence the signal. Trust the pull or the pause. What do I really feel about this? If fear wasn't in the way, what would I choose? Often, you already know. You just need to listen without judgment. 5. Align action with inner knowing. It's one thing to hear your intuition. It's another to honor it. When your actions match your inner wisdom, life starts flowing, not forcing. That's the path of genius achievers. Your inner voice is your true guide. It won't always give you step-by-step instructions, but it will nudge you in the right direction. It will align you with your higher self, and it will never lie to you. Chapter 82. Solitude isn't loneliness, it's leadership. In a world that's constantly noisy, solitude isn't a weakness, it's a superpower. Genius achievers don't fear being alone. They seek it out. Because in solitude, you don't lose yourself. You meet yourself. Great leaders think in silence. Great decisions are born in solitude. The difference between loneliness and solitude. Loneliness is feeling empty when you're alone. Solitude is feeling full when you're with yourself. Loneliness drains you. The problem? Most people are so addicted to distraction, they've forgotten how to be with themselves. Why solitude is essential for success. Solitude gives you time to reflect, space to create, clarity of vision, freedom from noise, deeper self-awareness, access to original thought. In solitude, you think for yourself. And that's where true leadership begins. How genius achievers use solitude. 1. Daily quiet time. Even 10 to 15 minutes of quiet each day can reset your mind. No phones, no tasks, no talking. Just presence, breathing, and thought. 2. Walks without distraction. Some of the greatest ideas are born while walking alone, without earbuds, podcasts, or music. Let your brain breathe. 3. Reflective journaling. Ask powerful questions. What did I learn today? What's truly important right now? What do I need to let go of? Where am I lying to myself? Journaling turns solitude into wisdom. 4. Make space for strategic thinking. Don't just react to life, design it. Use solitude to step back from the daily grind and reconnect with the bigger picture. This is where genius achievers refine their direction and deepen their mission. 5. Use solitude to strengthen inner peace when the world is loud. Inner peace is your competitive edge. Solitude trains your nervous system to stay calm under pressure. Alone time is not wasted time. It's where your next move comes from. It's where your creativity unlocks. It's where you hear your intuition clearly. Want to become a world-class leader, creator, or entrepreneur? Learn to spend time with yourself and actually enjoy it. Look around you. Who you spend time with is who you are becoming. Your circle is not just a reflection of your past, it's a preview of your future. Show me your friends, and I'll show you your future. Genius achievers don't leave their environment to chance. They design it. Why your environment shapes everything. Mindsets are contagious. Habits are shared. Standards are absorbed. Energy is exchanged. Vision either expands or shrinks in your surroundings. Even the most disciplined person will struggle in a toxic, limited environment. But put them around driven, focused, value-aligned people, and they'll soar. The truth most avoid. You will rise or fall to the level of your circles. Discipline, ambition, integrity, focus, self-worth. This doesn't mean you judge others. It means you choose what's healthy, aligned, and elevating. The Genius Achiever Circle Code. 1. Audit your circle. Honestly ask yourself, who energizes me? Who drains me? Who challenges me to grow? Who keeps me small? Sometimes your growth demands a new circle, not just new habits. 2. Upgrade conversations. Talk more about ideas, strategies, dreams, truths, growth. Your language reflects your level. 3. Set the standard. Be the kind of friend, partner, teammate, and leader you want to attract. People don't follow what you say, they follow who. 4. Create a growth environment. If your current circle doesn't challenge or inspire you, build a new one. Join masterminds, attend events, network online with like-minded creators. Study mentors through books and podcasts. Ask better questions. Growth begins where your current circle ends. 5. Let go with love. Sometimes elevation requires separation. You can love people from a distance and still protect your momentum. You rise to the level of your tribe. Your circle determines your ceiling. And genius achievers break ceilings by choosing the right rooms. Surround yourself with people who think bigger, act boldly. Celebrate your wins. Hold you accountable. Match your hunger. That's how greatness becomes normal. You can't carry old weight into your next chapter. You can't climb higher holding on to everything and everyone. If you want to rise, you have to release. Genius achievers don't just add, they subtract, not out of bitterness, but out of alignment. Letting go is not weakness, it's wisdom. What got you here won't always get you there sometimes. The very things that helped you survive will stop you from thriving. A limiting belief, an outdated habit, a draining relationship, a role you've outgrown, a story you keep repeating. You're not quitting, You're evolving. The pain of holding on to what no longer serves you, leads to confusion, resentment, burnout, inner conflict, delayed success. You're not stuck. You're just carrying too much. The Genius Achiever Release Ritual. 1. Identify what's holding you back. Ask yourself, what feels heavy right now? What am I afraid to let go of? What's no longer in alignment with who I'm becoming? Honesty opens the door to freedom. 2. Give yourself permission to release. You don't need anyone's approval to grow. Let go of guilt. Let go of loyalty to a past version of you. Give yourself permission to move forward, clean and clear. 3. Create space for what's next. When you release the old, you make room for the new. New people, new habits, new opportunities. New levels of peace and performance growth isn't just addition. It's also elimination. 4. Detach without drama. You don't need to burn bridges. Let go quietly, gracefully, and confidently. Growth doesn't require enemies, just evolution. 5. Anchor into your vision. Letting go is easier when you're reaching for something greater. Stay focused on your future. Your next level requires a lighter load. Release is part of rise. Don't fear the letting go. Embrace it. Chapter 85. It's okay to pivot. Success isn't a straight line. It's a series of adjustments, course corrections, and powerful pivots. Genius achievers don't fear change. They adapt fast. Because growth doesn't always mean going forward. It often means going in the right direction. You're not starting over. You're starting smarter. The lie of staying stuck. Many people stay on the wrong path because they've invested too much time. They fear looking like a quitter. They're attached to the identity. They worry what others will think, but continuing in the wrong direction won't make it right. Sometimes the bravest move is the pivot. What pivoting really means, it means you're listening to your intuition. It means you've grown wiser. It means you're aligned with your current truth. It means you have the courage to evolve. Staying still out of fear is not loyalty, it's self-betrayal. The Genius Achiever Pivot Power Process. 1. Feel the friction. If something constantly feels off, exhausting, or forced, it might not be resistance. It might be a redirection. Ask, is this really aligned with where I want to go now? Would I choose this again if I were starting today? 2. Reflect without ego. Take a step back and review. What have I learned from this path? What am I truly passionate about now? Where do I feel the most alive and effective? Ego clings. Growth chooses wisely. 3. Pivot with purpose. A pivot isn't a reaction. It's a decision, made with clarity and conviction. You're not abandoning the mission. You're refining the method. 4. Communicate the shift. If others are involved, be honest with your team, with your audience, with yourself. Authenticity builds trust, even during transition. 5. Own the new path fully. Once you pivot, go all in. Don't drag your old identity into the new lane. Step boldly into your new direction, with energy, focus, and commitment. Pivoting is progress. Your journey isn't meant to be rigid. It's meant to be responsive. And those who pivot with purpose rise faster than those who stay stuck in outdated plans. Pivoting isn't quitting. It's recalibrating toward greatness. Chapter 86, Teach What You Learn. If you really want to master something, teach it. Reading gives you knowledge. Doing gives you understanding. But teaching, they share it. Because they know every lesson learned becomes more powerful when passed on. Why teaching accelerates growth. It forces clarity. It deepens your own understanding. It builds influence and trust. It attracts opportunity. It turns your story into someone else's solution. Teaching isn't about perfection. It's about generosity and courage. You don't have to be an expert to teach. You just have to be one step ahead. Honest about your journey. Willing to share what you've learned. Committed to helping others rise. Remember, your current struggle will become someone else's shortcut. The Genius Achiever Teaching Framework. 1. Learn actively, not passively. Don't just consume content, capture and apply it. Write notes, reflect, highlight insights. How would I explain this to a beginner? That's when it becomes yours. 2. Share what's working for you. You don't need a podium. You need a platform. And that can be a conversation, a social post, a short video, a coaching call, a team meeting. Start small. Just start. 3. Use simplicity as your superpower. The best teachers don't complicate things. They break big ideas into small, practical truths. 4. Tell your stories. People don't just learn from steps, they learn from struggles. Be vulnerable. Be real. When you teach from your pain and progress, you build deep impact. 5. Stay a student while you teach. The best teachers never stop learning. Stay humble. Stay curious. Because when you teach while learning, you grow faster than ever. Teach to multiply your legacy. You were not meant to gather wisdom and keep it hidden. You were meant to light the way for others. Chapter 87. Stay humble, stay hungry. Humility opens doors. Hunger kicks them wide open. Genius achievers live by this dual code, always a student, always in pursuit. No matter how far they rise, they never act like they've arrived. They stay grounded in gratitude and driven by growth. This balance is rare, but it's the key to lasting success with soul. Why humility matters. It keeps your ego in check. It keeps you open to learning. It helps you lead with empathy. It builds trust and connection. It makes you relatable, even as you rise. Humility isn't weakness. It's strength under control. It's the quiet confidence that doesn't need to prove anything because it's too busy becoming more. Why hunger matters. It fuels resilience. It pushes you beyond limits. It keeps you sharp and focused. It unlocks your next level. It separates the good from the legendary. Without hunger, you settle. Without humility, you self-sabotage. But together, they create unstoppable momentum. The Genius Achiever Code for Humble Hunger. 1. Be grateful, but never satisfied. Appreciate what you have. Celebrate how far you've come, but always believe there's more inside you. Gratitude grounds you. Hunger grows you. 2. Learn from everyone. No one is beneath you, and no one is above teaching you something. Stay curious. Stay teachable. Ask better questions, even if you already know. 3. Don't brag. Let your work speak. Real power doesn't shout, it shows up. Let your discipline, results, and impact be the loudest thing in the room. 4. Surround yourself with real ones, people who clap when you win, but also call you out when you slack. Humility grows in the soil of truthful relationships. 5. Reset your vision. Constantly hunger fades when you forget what's possible. Update your goals. Dream bigger. Stretch your vision every time you start feeling comfortable. Lead with humility. Win with hunger. This combination builds empires. It earns respect. It sustains greatness. Because the world doesn't just need successful people. It needs wise, hungry, humble leaders. That's the Genius Achiever way. There's a limit to what you can do alone. There's no limit to what happens when you align with something greater. Genius achievers know. Success built only on human effort burns out, but success rooted in spiritual connection becomes unstoppable. When your purpose aligns with a higher power, your path gains divine momentum. Why you need something bigger than you? Because pressure becomes peace. Because clarity replaces confusion. Because strength flows through surrender. Because faith carries you when logic fails. Because true success is about service, not just self. Alignment brings flow. It's when your goals match your values, and your values are rooted in something eternal. What does higher power mean? It could be God, source, universal energy, divine wisdom, a set of unshakable moral truths. It's not about religion. It's about reverence. Recognizing you're part of something bigger than your ego, your brand, or your bank account. How Genius Achievers stay spiritually aligned. 1. Begin every day with surrender. Instead of asking, what do I want today? How can I serve today? What would my highest self do? Where am I being guided? Surrender isn't giving up. It's giving over. It's plugging into unlimited power. 2. Create sacred stillness. Every day, carve time for silence. Listen, not with your ears, but with your heart. Stillness is where you hear direction. It's where the noise clears and truth speaks. 3. Trust timing, not just hustle. Faith means you plant the seed and believe the harvest is coming, even when you don't see it yet. You do the work and release the rest. You hustle, but you don't panic. 4. Align goals with purpose. Is this goal just about me, or does it lift others? Does this dream align with my values? When your ambition is tied to service, you unlock spiritual favor. 5. Give credit where it's due. When wins come, stay humble, because gratitude is a magnet for more miracles. Success becomes sacred. You align with a higher power. Your work becomes worship. Your business becomes a blessing. Your journey becomes a calling. This is the highest level of achievement. Not just rich in things, but rich in spirit. Real success isn't built in weeks. It's built in seasons and cycles and years of commitment. Genius achievers don't chase instant results. They master the art of the long game. Fast success is flashy. Lasting success is earned. The problem with short-term thinking. In a world obsessed with speed, most people quit too soon, switch paths too fast, expect results without roots, get addicted to dopamine, not discipline. But the truth is simple. What comes fast often falls faster. The power of long-term focus. When you play the long game, you build trust and reputation. You make wiser decisions. You compound results. You stay patient and strategic. You create legacy. Not just noise, longevity beats intensity. How genius achievers commit for the long haul. 1. Build for decades, not just days. Ask, will this matter in 10 years? Am I building something timeless or just trendy? Trends fade. Principles endure. 2. Be willing to be boring. The long game often looks like repetition, discipline, consistency without applause, mastery through monotony. But this is where greatness is shaped. 3. Don't let emotions lead feelings fluctuate. Focus must stay firm. When things get hard, remember, this is a chapter, not the whole story. Long-term thinking gives you emotional endurance. 4. Measure in years, not just metrics, likes, views, money. They matter. But don't obsess over daily stats. Measure your life in growth, impact, character, contribution. Success is a marathon, and you're built for the distance. No setback can shake you. No delay can derail you. Because you're not here for a moment. You're here for a movement. Vision plus patience equal to victory. Genius achievers don't just win today. They win again and again because they never stop showing up. The long game is about trust in yourself. Repeated daily, turn into massive success. Genius achievers aren't always the smartest or the strongest. They're the most consistent. You don't need to be extreme. You just need to be consistent. Why consistency is the real secret. It builds momentum. It earns trust, internally and externally. It turns habits into identity. It multiplies results over time. It outlasts talent, luck, and trends. Success doesn't respond to intensity. It responds to reliability. What most people get wrong, they show up when it's convenient, comfortable, exciting, rewarding, but when it gets boring or hard, they disappear. Genius achievers, they show up anyway. The Genius Achiever Consistency Code. 1. Lower the barrier to action. Don't aim for perfect. Aim for done. If you can't do 60 minutes, do 10. If you can't run, walk. If you can't crush it, continue it. What matters is that you keep going. 2. Track your streaks. Nothing motivates like visible progress. Use a habit tracker, a calendar, a journal. Watch your consistency grow and let it fuel your identity. 3. Anchor to a routine. Design systems that reduce decision fatigue. Writing, training, reading, reflecting. Make your success habits automatic. 4. Keep the promise to yourself. Every time you show up, you prove. Self-trust isn't built by speeches. It's built by follow-through. 5. Celebrate the process, not just the outcome. Don't wait until you hit a big milestone. Celebrate every rep, every choice, every quiet victory. Consistency is success in progress. Consistency is the multiplier. One workout won't transform you, but 300 will. One video won't build your brand, but 200 will. One chapter won't change the world, but writing every day will. Consistency compounds, slowly at first, then suddenly, unforgettably. Chapter 91. Never betray the mission. Distractions are everywhere. Temptations to quit, pivot, or settle show up daily. But genius achievers don't fold. They remember the mission. When everything gets noisy, your mission becomes your compass. You can change the method. You can take detours. But the mission must remain sacred. What is the mission? It's not just a goal. It's not just a business. It's not just making money. The mission is your deep reason, your why. The purpose that lights your path when the journey gets hard. It's the fire behind your focus. Why most people betray the mission. Fear of failure, love of comfort, pressure from others, quick rewards elsewhere, forgetting who they are. But shortcuts to success often lead to dead ends. Betraying the mission for approval or ease leaves you empty. The Genius Achiever Code of Loyalty. 1. Clarify your mission daily. Ask, what am I really here to build? Who do I want to serve? Why does this matter? Keep it written. Keep it visible. Let it shape your thoughts and actions. 2. Don't let emotions rewrite the vision. Tired, discouraged, overwhelmed. The mission is forever. Pause, breathe, but don't abandon what you're building because of how you feel in a moment. 3. Adapt the strategy, not the purpose. Markets shift. Plans fail. Doors close. That's okay. You can change direction without changing your destination. Stay flexible, but stay focused. 4. Say no to what's off mission. Not every opportunity is aligned. Not every yes is a win. If it pulls you away from your values or vision, let it go. Success is staying loyal to what you said you'd do even after the mood has left. 5. Reconnect with the cost of betrayal. When you feel like quitting, ask, what would it cost me to give this up? Who would I let down if I stopped now? What kind of life would I have if I walked away from purpose? Let that ignite your resolve. Missions create movements. The world follows people who know where they're going, people who stand for something deeper, people who don't quit when it's hard. That's how genius achievers build trust, legacy, and impact that lasts. Genius achievers don't aim for good enough. They aim for greatness, and greatness lives on the other side of mastery. Mastery isn't about talent. It's not about one moment of brilliance. It's a lifestyle, a daily decision to keep getting better. Amateurs practice until they get it right. Masters practice until they can't get it wrong. What mastery really means. Precision in the small things. Obsession with the details. Long-term vision over short-term applause. Constant learning and evolution. Discipline when no one is watching. It's not about reaching a destination. It's about loving the craft, not just the crown. Why most people never reach it? They want speed, not depth. They get bored with repetition. They stop when they're better than average. They fear starting over. They settle when they should be sharpening, but genius achievers, they fall in love with the process. The Genius Achiever Path to Mastery. 1. Choose your craft with intention. Pick the thing you're willing to devote years to, not for status, not for money, but because it lights you up, even when it's hard. 2. Embrace the plateau. There will be long stretches where it feels like nothing is improving. That's normal. That's where most people quit. Masters, they keep going anyway. 3. Study the best, but create your own style. Learn from legends. Borrow techniques, but build your own rhythm. Mastery comes when imitation evolves into innovation. 4. Sharpen the fundamentals relentlessly. Pros don't get bored with the basics. They get better at them until they're second nature. If you want to become world-class, master what others overlook. 5. Make it a lifestyle, not a goal. Mastery doesn't end. It becomes how you approach everything: your work, your relationships, your health, your purpose. It's not something you do, it's who you are. Mastery attracts excellence. When you live with high standards, life rises to meet you. Opportunities come, respect follows, impact multiplies, because the world can't ignore someone who shows up with mastery energy. True leadership isn't about being above others, it's about lifting others up. Genius achievers don't just chase personal success, they lead in a way that makes success contagious. The greatest leaders don't create followers, they create other leaders. What leadership really is. It's not a role, it's a responsibility. It means showing up with integrity, acting when it's uncomfortable, serving without needing applause, inspiring by example, not just advice. Leadership is how you move, not just how you speak. Why leading others starts with leading yourself. You can't lead people beyond where you've gone. You can't inspire others if your own fire is fake. That's why genius achievers train discipline before giving direction, embody the message before delivering it, model resilience, patience, and vision. Daily, your life is your loudest leadership tool. The Genius Achiever Leadership Pillars. 1. Lead with vision, not ego. A true leader asks, "Where are we going? And why does it matter?" They don't seek control, they create clarity. 2. Uplift everyone around you. Celebrate others. Coach with care. Give without keeping score. Speak belief into people before they believe in themselves. Because when others rise, you rise with them. 3. Own mistakes and share wins. When things go wrong, take responsibility. When things go right, share the credit. This builds trust and lifelong loyalty. 4. See potential before it's proven. Genius achievers spot greatness before the world does. They plant belief. They water confidence. They don't wait for people to earn respect. They extend it early. 5. Keep growing so you can keep leading. The moment you stop growing, you stop leading. Stay in learning mode. Stay surrounded by other leaders. Stay willing to ask for help and feedback. A stagnant leader becomes a ceiling, but a growing leader becomes a launch pad. Leadership is a legacy. How you treat people will outlast what you achieve. Your leadership isn't measured by your power. It's measured by how many lives you empower. You don't grow by forgetting the past. Genius achievers look back, not to dwell, but to learn, adjust, and rise. Reflection turns experience into wisdom, and wisdom turns setbacks into stepping stones. The power of looking back. Most people rush through life, chasing the next win, avoiding their failures, numbing their past. But genius achievers pause to review, because every moment, good or bad, contains a lesson. Reflection is how you avoid repeating what broke you and how you build on what made you stronger. Why learning from the past propels you forward. Reflection gives you clarity on patterns, closure on pain, confidence from growth, awareness of how far you've come, direction on where to go next. You don't evolve by accident. You evolve through awareness. The Genius Achiever Reflection Ritual. 1. Revisit without regret. Look back with compassion. You did the best you could with what you knew then. Now you know better, so you'll do better. 2. Ask powerful questions. What did I learn this season? What held me back? What helped me grow? What do I want to leave behind? What do I want to carry forward? Better questions equal to better lessons. 3. Write it down to lock it in. Don't just think it, journal it. Writing turns abstract feelings into clear insight. Your journal becomes your map of mastery. 4. Turn pain into purpose. That delay? It wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Ask, how can I use what I went through to help others grow? This is how genius achievers turn scars into strength. 5. Celebrate your progress. You may not be where you want to be, but you're not where you used to be. give yourself credit for the courage, the growth, the small wins, the resilience. Progress deserves praise. Look back, then rise higher. Let it build you. Then get back to building the life you were meant to live. A dull blade looks safe, but it's ineffective. A sharp one, it cuts through anything. Genius achievers don't coast. They sharpen their skills, their minds, and their edge every single day. What does it mean to stay dangerous? It means you're mentally prepared, physically strong, emotionally centered, spiritually grounded, skillfully lethal, not in violence, but in value. You are powerful, clear, and unshakable. Why most people go dull, reach a goal and stop learning. They get praised and stop pushing. They let success turn into softness. They think being nice means being neutral, but genius achievers know. Success is rented, and rent is due daily. The Genius Achiever Sharpening Ritual. 1. Challenge yourself daily. Do something hard every day. Not for the outcome, but for the resistance. Sharpening happens in struggle. Growth lives in discomfort. 2. Learn relentlessly. Read, study, seek feedback. Break old thinking. Rebuild stronger mental models. The mind must stay sharp, because life rewards clarity. 3. Train your body like a weapon. You don't need to be perfect, but you need to be strong, fit, agile, energetic. Your body is your vehicle. And genius achievers keep theirs in elite condition. 4. Guard your energy. Staying sharp means saying no to gossip, toxic people, draining distractions, mindless consumption. Focus is a blade. Protect it. 5. Stay spiritually rooted. Power without peace is chaos. You sharpen your spirit by grounding in prayer, purpose, gratitude, stillness. This is how you remain dangerous and calm. Stay humble. Stay sharp. Being dangerous isn't about ego. It's about being ready when it matters most. It's knowing that when the moment comes, you don't flinch. You don't freeze. You execute. Talk fades. Posts disappear. Promises get forgotten. But your work speaks forever. Genius achievers don't waste time convincing others with words. They let results do the talking. Silence the doubt. Prove it in the work. Let excellence echo louder than ego. Why words are cheap, but work is wealth in today's world. Everyone's talking big, making noise, posting highlights, promising more than they deliver. But real success doesn't come from saying, it comes from showing. Your work is your signature. Make it bold. Make it lasting. The Genius Achiever Standard, proof through performance. 1. Be too focused to prove anything. You're here to deliver. 2. Create with craftsmanship. Put intention into everything you build. Your business, your brand, your relationships, your body, your legacy. Great work doesn't rush, it resonates. 3. Show up when no one's clapping. It's easy to perform when the spotlight is on, but genius achievers master their craft in the dark. Reps in silence, late nights, no shortcuts. The world will see when it's ready. 4. Leave evidence of greatness. You don't need to convince people. Just let them observe the way you move, the things you finish, the discipline you hold, the quality you bring, the results you consistently produce. That's credibility that can't be denied. 5. Let integrity guide execution. What you do when no one's watching is what shapes your destiny. Don't cut corners. Don't fake the process. Put your heart in the work. Your legacy will be etched into the effort. Be the proof. You don't have to scream. You don't have to chase validation. You'll let your work be the proof. Chapter 97. Finish what you start. Starting is exciting. Finishing is rare, but few have the discipline, focus, and grit to see it through. The world remembers finishers, not starters. Genius achievers are obsessed with completion because they know unfinished work leaves unfinished potential. Why most people don't finish, they get distracted, doubt themselves, chase new ideas, fear imperfection, rely too much on motivation. But genius achievers, They rely on commitment, the power of finishing. When you finish, you build confidence, build momentum, build trust with yourself and others. Turn effort into achievement. Unlock the next level of your journey. Completion is a superpower, one that compounds over time. The Genius Achiever Completion Code 1. Cut the noise. You can't finish what matters when you're distracted by what doesn't. Limit new projects, unnecessary commitments, digital distractions. Say no to more so you can say yes to finishing. 2. Break it into milestones. Overwhelm kills progress. So break big goals into small, bite-sized wins. 1 page, 1 video, 1 rep, 1 client. Then repeat. Each finish fuels the next. 3. Set deadlines and keep them sacred. No deadline equal to no urgency. Create real accountability with timers, calendars, public commitments, accountability partners. Treat your promises like contracts. 4. Push through the dip. Every project has a dip, the boring middle, the resistance, the part where it's not fun anymore. Push through. The dip is where 90% of people quit. It's also where 10% of winners emerge. 5. Reward completion, not just effort. Yes, effort matters. That's where confidence grows. That's where success becomes visible. Track it. Let it drive you forward. Finishing builds a finisher's identity. When you consistently finish what you start, you build a powerful identity. I'm someone who follows through. That identity is priceless, and it will carry you through your biggest goals and greatest seasons. Storms don't ask for permission. They arrive without warning, and when they do, you either bend, break, or build. Genius achievers, they build strength before the storm, so when life hits, they don't collapse. They rise. Tough times don't last. But those with mental strength do what the storms of life teach you. Who you are when no one is watching. What you really believe about yourself. Whether your habits are built on truth or convenience. If your dreams are worth fighting for, storms don't destroy character. They reveal it. Why emotional resilience is non-negotiable. Life isn't linear. You will face rejection, delays, betrayals, financial hits, personal loss. The question isn't if life gets hard, it's who will you be when it does? The Genius Achiever's Resilience Framework. 1. Anchor to your core values. When everything shakes, your values hold you steady. Know your non-negotiables. Integrity, faith, responsibility, purpose. When you stand for something, storms can't knock you off course. 2. Respond, don't react. Reacting is emotional. Responding is intentional. Take a breath. Create space between trigger and action. Choose wisdom over impulse. 3. Normalize the hard days. Tough days don't mean you're failing. They mean you're in the fight. Success isn't about avoiding hardship. It's about learning to move through it without losing yourself. 4. Protect your mental state. Feed your mind. Truth, encouragement, vision, gratitude. Cut out negativity, gossip, doom scrolling, self-pity. Your mindset is your first line of defense. 5. Turn pain into power. Ask, what is this storm here to teach me? How can I grow from this? Who will I become on the other side? Storms are not roadblocks. They are refiners, still standing, still rising. The storms may bend you. You won't break. In fact, you'll emerge stronger, wiser, unshakable. This is it, the final step. Not just an end, but the beginning of a new identity. You've walked through 98 simple, powerful ingredients for success. Now, it's time to step into who you were meant to be, a genius achiever. You don't just think and grow rich. You become someone worthy of wealth, purpose, impact, and legacy. Who is the genius achiever? Not perfect, not born lucky, not immune to failure, but someone who chooses growth over comfort, builds discipline over time, rises after every setback, lifts others as they climb, leads with integrity, and serves with fire. Genius. Achievers don't wait to be chosen. They choose themselves. The final shift, identity over action. Yes, habits matter. Yes, goals matter. But lasting transformation happens when you see yourself differently. You're not someone trying to succeed. You're someone who lives by success principles. You're not copying success. You're creating your version of it, daily, relentlessly, boldly. The genius achiever way, your final code. Think rich. Your mind is your greatest asset. Act with clarity, strategy over chaos. Move with discipline, daily steps compound. Lead with humility, success without ego. Serve with heart, impact beyond income. Master your craft, elevate your value. Finish strong, commitment to completion. Reflect deeply, learn from every chapter. Stand unshakable, strength through the storm. Live intentionally. Be the proof, not the promise. This is your time. No more waiting, no more wondering, no more hoping life just works out. You've been equipped, you've been empowered. Now you go execute. Let your results speak. Let your legacy lead. Let your journey inspire. Because the world is watching, and it's time they meet the genius achiever inside you. Congratulations. You've just completed your transformation from reader to leader, from student to builder, from dreamer to doer. This isn't the end of your book. It's the beginning of your best chapter yet.